Chapter 1594. Test question withdraw. After which, the symbol ancestor spoke in an indifferent manner. Immediately, the wall of fire that soared into the sky was extinguished and returned to its original appearance. The defensive power of this wall can turn any Saint Rudiment stage expert into ashes. The symbol ancestor said faintly, "Is that powerful?" Everyone's expression changed drastically. This ancient wall was too terrifying. Alright, this is a secret of the mortal world. You can keep it to yourselves, but you can't spread it. I'm going to give you a test. Those who complete the test will receive 500 drops of half-saint's essence. This is also a test from the 7 emperors. The symbol ancestor swept his gaze across the crowd and said, 500 drops of half-saint's essence? All the disciples looked excited. Even the unhindered heavenly emperor and other masters were a little tempted. After all, this was a huge sum of money. If it was placed in the Black Pong Great Region, it would be enough to produce many Saint Realm masters. You can be considered to have stepped into the highest realm in the mortal world. Therefore, this test is not an ordinary one. It is related to the highest Deacon Palace in the mortal world. What do you know about the Avalon of 5 elements? The person who answers the question best will be rewarded. The symbol ancestor finally said the test question. All the disciples' eyes narrowed. They were the overlords of the mortal world. However, they had only interacted with Xianpeng, Xianyuan, and Xianhuangdiyu. They were not familiar with the highest secrets of the mortal world. I will answer this question. The Avalon of 5 elements was created by the highest Deacon Palace in the mortal world. Protects the mortal world. There are 5 of these ancient iron walls, which represent metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. They exist in Xianyuan, Xianhuang, and Xianyuan. At this moment, the 9 spirits of heaven stepped forward and said, fortunately, his family had kept an ancient book that introduced the Avalon of 5 elements. However, he had thought that it was just a rumor. He did not expect this ancient existence to be true. Amazing. I heard that the 9 spirits of heaven are from the Xianyuan family. The Xianyuan family is one of the deacons of the highest Deacon Palace in the mortal world. No wonder he knows about it. Does he get all 500 drops of half-saint's essence? Many disciples were envious. Junior brother Xianyuan is right. It's a pity that he is not familiar with the ancient Avalon of 5 elements, said someone indifferently. That voice was filled with confidence and calmness. It was Minister Yu. Many people frowned as they stared at the confident Minister Yu. Minister Yu was the only disciple of the 7 emperors who was on the same side as the heavenly emperor. He must have a good relationship with the symbol ancestor. In addition, Minister Yu was a flatterer. Perhaps he already knew that the symbol ancestor would test him. From another perspective, the symbol ancestor had intentionally given the reward to Minister Yu. Alright, go ahead. The symbol ancestor acted as though he did not recognize Minister Yu. This wall was not created by the Deacon Palace of the human realm. Minister Yu's first sentence was to refute the 9 spirits of heaven. He said disdainfully, the history of this wall can be traced back to the creation of heaven and earth. Even the Deacon Palace of the human realm has to respect this wall. Every brick on this wall is a divine weapon. It is said that if one can control it well, even Wushang could be killed. This is because every brick has a million formation patterns carved on it. There are 999,999 bricks in total. In history, it has wiped out 25 invasions. The reason why the 4 great ancient empires fell was because no one could control this wall. Otherwise, the 4 great ancient empires would not have fallen. That's all I have to say. Even though it's not complete, it's better than some people who are just here to make up the numbers. Minister Yu spoke unceasingly and showed his elegance. As expected of Minister Yu, the disciples from the West Mountain cheered. On the other hand, the disciples from the other mountains had ugly expressions. As for the 9 spirits of heaven, he narrowed his eyes. He did not expect Minister Yu to use this opportunity to humiliate him. Even though his answer is not the most complete, it is the best answer so far. Then, give him 500 drops of half-saint's essence as a reward. The symbol ancestor nodded his head in praise. This made even more people feel indignant. Even though they felt that Minister Yu and the symbol ancestor were fishy, they could not afford to offend an expert with the title of Xiandi. Minister Yu straightened his chest and looked at everyone with disdain. The grievance that he had suffered previously had completely disappeared. In the end, he looked at Lin Ling and said, "Senior brother Lin, as the senior brother of the Four Mountains, don't you have any opinions?" Many people's eyes flickered when they heard this. They knew that Minister Yu was using this opportunity to take revenge for the humiliation of being a senior brother. At this moment, Lin Ling was staring at the ancient city wall. His heart was trembling. When he saw the ancient iron blood wall for the first time, he was attracted to it. The ancient city wall was shouting. Even though it was full of scars, it still had an unyielding fighting spirit. Felt like his tyrant song sword. Even though it had experienced countless battles in countless years, it still wanted to fight. Lin Ling's Eye of Time was extremely familiar with the city wall. It was as familiar as the Dark Dragon Emperor in the Chaotic Demon Sea, because this wall was actually built by the Realm Master. Every brick was the soul of a warrior and was built by countless warriors. Long time no see, Avalon of 5 elements. Finally, Lin Ling's voice drifted out. It was so old and so familiar. It was as though he had seen his old comrade. "Senior brother Lin, what's going on?" The surrounding disciples were puzzled. Lin Ling actually had an aura of nostalgia and vicissitudes. How could this be? "Senior brother Lin, don't tell me you don't have any opinions? Is that why you are deliberately mystifying things?" At this moment, Minister Yu's voice drifted out again and finally interrupted Lin Ling's recollection. Subsequently, the 9 spirits of heaven beside him told him what had happened previously. Lin Ling was somewhat astonished. He didn't expect the Symbol Ancestors test to be this. In terms of familiarity with the Avalon of 5 elements, who in the world could compare to him? One had to know that the Avalon of 5 elements was built by the Realm Master. Furthermore, he had obtained the Realm Master's eyes. How could he not be familiar with the Avalon of 5 elements? "Of course I have my opinions," Lin Ling replied indifferently. Since Minister Yu had asked him, he would naturally answer. Minister Yu was stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. "As expected of our senior brother. You even have your own opinions on such an ancient item. I am impressed, very impressed. May I know what junior brother Lin's opinion is? Although 500 drops of half-saint's essence is precious, if you speak carelessly and insult an ancient item in order to obtain this treasure, you will be blaspheming the highest deacon hall in the mortal world." Many people's eyes flickered when they heard his words. Everyone knew that Minister Yu was mocking Lin Ling. "You flatter me. Since junior brother Yu admires me, I will definitely not disappoint you." However, what surprised everyone was that Lin Ling didn't seem to notice Minister Yu's sarcasm and openly admitted it. Furthermore, he kept addressing Minister Yu as senior brother as though he was a real senior brother. Minister Yu's face instantly turned ugly. He thought that Lin Ling wouldn't dare to be arrogant anymore. Who knew that Lin Ling still treated him as a junior brother? Minister Yu smiled faintly and said, "Since this is the case, junior brother Lin, please speak your opinion. However, may I be so bold as to say that we have a bet? If junior brother Lin's opinion is better than mine, I will give you 100 drops of half-saint's essence." Bet? Everyone's expression changed drastically. Chapter 1595. Evenly matched. If Minister Yu isn't familiar with the symbol ancestor and didn't receive prior notice, would he dare to be so arrogant? That's right. He already knows about the secret of the mortal realm. He would definitely dare to invite Minister Yu. Senior brother Lin definitely won't accept the bet. He will definitely lose. Many disciples couldn't stand it and started whispering among themselves. The reigning Sky Emperor and the 9 spirits of heaven looked at Lin Ling, hoping that Lin Ling wouldn't be fooled. "Why? The great senior brother Lin doesn't dare to accept the bet?" Minister Yu said casually. His words were filled with provocation as he forced Lin Ling to accept the bet. If Lin Ling rejected the bet, he would naturally humiliate him. Everyone thought that Lin Ling didn't dare to accept the bet. However, Lin Ling smiled and said, "Since junior brother is offering 100 drops of half-saint's essence to me, as your senior brother, I naturally won't miss the bet. I would like to thank you." Boom! His words were like a sudden clap of thunder, causing everyone to feel dizzy. Lin Ling accepted the bet. Even Minister Yu was shocked. Not only did Lin Ling accept the bet, but he also looked confident as if he had already won. That's bold. I'll accept the bet with another 400 drops of half-saint's essence. At this moment the symbol ancestor, who had been silent all this while, spoke. He naturally believed that Lin Ling couldn't win because the Avalon of 5 elements was the secret of the mortal realm. Only experts of his level knew about it. Even titled Sky Emperors only knew a little about it. Furthermore, he had told Minister Yu about the secret of the Avalon of 5 elements yesterday. Therefore Minister Yu was bound to win. Lin Ling had refuted him previously. He would use this opportunity to reprimand Lin Ling later. This bet is really big. The disciples in the surroundings were horrified because the bet between the two of them had reached a total of 500 half-saints true elixir. Coupled with the reward of another 500 half-saints true elixir, anyone who lost would definitely feel their heart bleed. Especially Lin Ling. If he lost, then he would probably owe the talisman ancestor and Minister Yu a lifetime of debt. And now Lin Ling still dared to gamble? At this moment, Lin Ling's heart was pounding violently. 1 drop of half-saint's essence was worth 1 million vitality stones. This was simply unimaginable. He had never imagined that he would gain so much from a single question of the 7 Emperors' trial. How could he miss out on such a gamble? Since Lord Symbol Ancestor is giving me money, I will naturally not miss it. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling finally opened his mouth slowly. How arrogant! The hearts of all the disciples were trembling. Lin Ling was openly challenging the symbol ancestor. Moreover, this was the second time. Are you sure? The symbol ancestor was extremely surprised. I'm sure. However, I suspect that you don't have that much half-saint's essence. Also, do you keep your word? You should know that some people love to go back on their words and renege on their debts after losing. This is not unheard of. Lin Ling did not reply. Instead, he asked another question. His words caused everyone's expression to change. Lin Ling was even more arrogant than they had imagined. Not only was he challenging the symbol ancestor, he was also questioning the symbol ancestor's integrity. Alright. If you want to gamble, it's up to you. The symbol ancestor said alright 3 times and laughed out loud. He was laughing out of extreme anger. Previously, he had not been so angry when Lin Ling had refuted him. This time he was burning with rage. This fellow. The Sky Emperor and the others laughed bitterly. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so confident. In that case, tell me what you think of the Avalon of 5 elements. The symbol ancestor's voice became even colder. Lin Ling looked at the ancient city wall. A sense of vicissitudes and nostalgia rose in his heart. At this moment the crowd fell silent. They wanted to know what Lin Ling's opinion of the Avalon of 5 elements was, and whether his opinion was more correct than Minister Yu's. This wall was built at the beginning of heaven and earth by the realm lord of heaven and earth. It had once blocked more than 100 invasions. At its strongest, it could even block the attack of a martial emperor. In fact, each of its bricks is a divine weapon. But they are divine weapons with souls. Those bricks were all transformed from the warriors under the realm lord in the past. During the first invasion, 500 million bricks were broken. They risked their lives to block the invaders, wiping out an army of 1 billion and protecting the peace of this region. After that incident, the Realm Master repaired the Avalon of 5 elements and increased its power. Now every brick has 2 million formation patterns. Other than protecting the Avalon of 5 elements, it represents the warriors who fought for their homeland. It represents their pride and backbone. Lin Ling's voice was firm and earth-shattering. It carried a sense of heroism and pride. All the disciples were stunned. They seemed to have seen the owner of the ancient Avalon of 5 elements. Lin Ling and Minister Yu had the same opinion. However, Lin Ling was obviously more detailed. Amazing! Finally, someone said in admiration. Minister Yu's face was malevolent. He wanted to say that Lin Ling's opinion was only known after hearing it from him. However, Lin Ling's opinion was obviously more detailed than his and he could not refute it. As for the symbol ancestor, his face turned cold. Obviously, he knew that Lin Ling's opinion was correct. Not many people knew that the Avalon of 5 elements was created by the Realm Master. Looks like Lin Ling has won. Reigning Sky Emperor suddenly said. When he saw the symbol ancestor's expression, he knew that Lin Ling had won. Won! The crowd was in an uproar again. They did not expect the symbol ancestor to collude with Minister Yu and know everything beforehand. However, Lin Ling still won. This was a beautiful slap. Awesome! Many disciples felt as if they had vented their anger. Both of you are evenly matched. However, at this moment, the silent symbol ancestor suddenly said, although Lin Ling's opinion was detailed, it was similar to Minister Yu's. Therefore, he did not win. Since no one won, the bet is cancelled. The same goes for the rewards. What? Many people widened their eyes. The bet was cancelled? This was too unfair. No one is more familiar with the Avalon of 5 elements than me. Therefore, I am speaking from a fair point of view. Do you have any objections? The symbol ancestor said again. Everyone fell silent. Although they felt that it was unfair, they were not familiar with the Avalon of 5 elements and did not have the authority to speak like the symbol ancestor. Therefore, they would naturally listen to whatever the symbol ancestor said. Wait, I have an objection. However, at this moment, a cold voice was heard. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Lin Ling. Many people shook their heads. Lin Ling was definitely not satisfied. However, the symbol ancestor was the most familiar with the Avalon of 5 elements. If he said that it was a draw, then it must be a draw. Lin Ling, shut up. What right do you have to object? Minister Yu shouted angrily. He was very unhappy because a draw was not something he wanted to see. Now that it was a draw, Lin Ling was not willing to give up. What else did he want? I would like to ask why the symbol ancestor thinks that my opinion is not as good as this trash. Lin Ling said indifferently. This time, he did not give the symbol ancestor any face and directly called him trash. Because I am more familiar with the Avalon of 5 elements than anyone else. Therefore, if I say it is a draw, then it is a draw. The symbol ancestor's voice was extremely cold. His thoughts were the same as Minister Yu's. A draw was equivalent to a loss. What right did Lin Ling have to object? Who do you think you are? Do you think you are familiar with the Avalon of 5 elements just because you say so? Lin Ling opened his mouth again. He was fearless. He had put in a lot of effort to win, but in the end it was a draw. He could not take this lying down. The symbol ancestor could not do whatever he wanted in this bet. You. Chapter 1596. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios representing Pride. You said that you are more familiar with the Avalon of 5 elements. Then, do you know what the city bricks of the Avalon of 5 elements represent? Lin Ling stared at the symbol ancestor and spoke again. Others revered the experts with the title Xiandi, but to him, they were merely warriors who had cultivated for a longer time than him. There was nothing to be afraid of. What was wrong and what was right. Lin Ling had his own balance in his heart. Scoundrel, don't forget your identity. The city bricks of the Avalon of 5 elements represent divine weapons. What else can they represent? The symbol ancestor's voice was even colder. His white cloak fluttered in the wind. If not for the fact that there were too many people around, he would have killed this arrogant junior. Representing pride. Representing pride. Lin Ling spoke word by word, tit for tat. The symbol ancestor's words made the flames of fury rise in his heart. It was as if his soldiers had fought to protect their home, but no one remembered them after they died. They were treated like city bricks, dead objects. Lin Ling felt indignant for those proud warriors from 10,000 years ago. The symbol ancestor was startled. He could not help but laugh. Divine weapons are divine weapons. What pride? Representing pride? The Avalon of 5 elements had a long history. Everyone knew that it was a powerful ancient wall. What pride? However, just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling looked at the ancient wall. The Eye of Time appeared, sounding like an ancient war horn. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Smoke filled the surroundings of the ancient wall. Every brick of the city started to tremble, as if they were shouting, but also as if they were rising from their slumber. Gradually, the figures of warriors formed illusions. They rose into the air, waved their flags, and beat their war drums. From afar, it was not the ancient iron blood wall. Instead, it was a majestic army. It was the fighting spirit of iron blood. Could it be that those city bricks are formed by the souls of warriors, representing pride? This scene caused many people's expressions to change drastically. Divine weapons are divine weapons? What an ironic statement. From the looks of it, those divine weapons had the souls of warriors. They were warriors. The Avalon of 5 Elements is the pride of the mortal world. It has many military achievements. However, in your eyes it is a divine weapon. Is this how you treat your seniors who protect the mortal world? Lin Ling looked at the symbol ancestor and shouted coldly. His voice was awe-inspiring. Avalon of 5 Elements, ancient Ironblood wall. How could there be a warrior's soul? At this moment the symbol ancestor was frowning. He did not expect the Avalon of 5 Elements to undergo such a drastic change and give birth to a warrior's illusion. This was the first time he had encountered something like this. Esteemed symbol ancestor, you said that you know more about the Avalon of 5 Elements than I do? Lin Ling took a big step forward and shot towards the distant Avalon of 5 Elements. Many people's pupils constricted. The Avalon of 5 Elements was extremely frightening. Anyone who approached it might be killed by the flames. How dare Lin Ling approach it? Crazy. Even the unhindered Sky Emperor and the others had a drastic change in expression. Even they did not dare to approach the Ironblood ancient wall. As Lin Ling approached the ancient city wall, the nostalgia in his eyes grew stronger. The ancient city wall seemed to have sensed Lin Ling's approach, and it actually quieted down. The countless warrior souls in the sky stared at the young man on the ground, and each and every one of them grew excited. You've worked hard. Lin Ling's footsteps stopped in front of the ancient wall. His hand gently stroked the mottled wall as if he was looking at his former subordinates. Boom! Sensing Lin Ling's approach, the battle intent in the sky surged. Battle cries filled the sky. The orderly warriors stood there, as if they were waiting for the Emperor's orders. Ever since the Realm Master had fallen, the ancient city wall had been waiting for 10,000 years. Now they seem to have heard the Realm Master's summons. The Avalon of 5 Elements has changed again. Lin Ling seems to be able to communicate with the Avalon of 5 Elements. Such a scene undoubtedly caused the unhindered Sky Emperor and the others to be shocked once again. Not to mention seeing such a mysterious scene, they had never even heard of it. All of you are not a mere city wall. All of you are proud, and all of you are warriors. Lin Ling's voice floated over from afar. It was filled with determination and arrogance. The symbol ancestor's face was slightly distorted. He simply could not understand how things had turned out this way. He roared furiously. Does this mean that you are more familiar with the Avalon of 5 Elements than I am? At the very least, I can control the Avalon of 5 Elements and summon the defensive wall of fire to protect the mortal world. However, just as he finished speaking, an arrogant voice floated over from the front. You have been immersed in it for tens of thousands of years. Now it is time for you to show your glory to the world. Boom! Terrifying flame energy soared into the sky. Countless fire dragons appeared on the ancient city wall and intertwined with each other to form a majestic and magnificent wall of fire. The aura was so terrifying that it was even stronger than when the symbol ancestor controlled it. This was because one was fire and the other was fire dragons. It was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. Lin Ling was now telling the symbol ancestor that Lin Ling could control the Avalon of 5 Elements as well. What? Many people's hearts exploded when they saw this scene. Now, the symbol ancestor still had the face to say that he was more familiar with the Avalon of 5 Elements? Lin Ling was merely a junior at the Saint stage. The Avalon of 5 Elements that he controlled was stronger than the symbol ancestor. Even martial emperors would not dare to approach the wall of fire. On the other hand, the symbol ancestor was speechless. It was as if he had been slapped in the face. He was more familiar with the Avalon of 5 Elements. He was not even comparable to Lin Ling. What right did he have to speak? Furthermore, he was the one who came up with the questions. However, if the person who answered the questions knew the questions better than him, how could he still have the face to come up with the questions? At the same time, the eyes of the various important figures in the mortal world's Deacon Hall narrowed. The Avalon of 5 Elements has actually awakened. The one who controls it is merely a disciple of the 7 emperors. Interesting, very interesting. The big shots of the mortal world were surprised and curious. However, most of them were filled with admiration. This is his first time coming into contact with the secrets of the mortal world. However, he was able to awaken the Avalon of Fire. I'm afraid this junior is somewhat extraordinary. 7 emperors, are they your disciples? An old man sipped his tea and asked. On the other side, 7 figures were sitting there. Some were playing chess, some were drinking wine, and some were reading books. They seemed to be minding their own business, but in reality, they were all paying attention to the changes in the Avalon of 5 elements. They are my disciples from the Eastern Mountain. An old man carrying a fishbowl on his back said. The Avalon of 5 elements is also an ancient great formation. In the great mystic origin domain, there was once a formation rune genius who was able to control the power of the Avalon of 5 elements for the first time. There was also a miracle in the great mystic origin domain. There was a disciple who came into contact with the Avalon of 5 elements for the first time, but because of his ancient bloodline, he triggered the Avalon of 5 elements and communicated with it. However, that little fellow is the first one who can control and communicate with it. A cultured and refined middle-aged man said faintly. Evidently, these big shots of the mortal world were extremely surprised by the reaction brought about by Lin Ling. They were all guessing the reason. However, they guessed that Lin Ling might have an ancient item on him. In addition, he had obtained the method to control the Avalon of 5 elements formation. That was the reason for such a drastic change. No one would have thought of the relationship between the Avalon of 5 elements and Lin Ling. At this moment, over at the Avalon of 5 elements, the fire dragon roared and a world of fire dragons appeared in the sky. Furthermore, it was the law of fire. Such power was not something that could be resisted by the naked eye. Even Lin Ling was shocked. He did not expect the true power of the ancient iron blood wall to be so powerful. Gradually the flames dimmed. On the vast land, Lin Ling walked back alone. However, at this moment, his not-so-tall figure suddenly became as majestic as a venerable emperor. Sorry, no one is more familiar with the Avalon of 5 elements than I am. Chapter 1597. A great harvest. Previously, the symbol ancestor had judged that Lin Ling and Minister Yu were evenly matched. Even though many people thought that Lin Ling had won, no one dared to question the symbol ancestor's words since he was from the highest authority in the mortal world. However, Lin Ling had now activated the Avalon of 5 elements power. Therefore, what right did the symbol ancestor have to speak? He was the one who had set the exam questions, but he was not as familiar with the questions as Lin Ling. Could he decide who would win and who would lose? Amazing. I wonder how Lin Ling did it. This is the first time I've seen such a mysterious figure since I became a disciple of the 7 emperors. He had just found out about the secret of the mortal world, and he was able to control it immediately. According to what I know, the symbol ancestor could control the Avalon of 5 elements because a giant in the mortal world had given him a token. Haha, someone colluded with Minister Yu and thought that he could cover the sky with one hand. Now he has lost all his face. The silence did not last long before cheers were heard. The crowd had long found the symbol ancestor an eyesore. Naturally, they were able to vent their anger now. This time, the disciples from the 4 mountains looked at Lin Ling with admiration. It was as if they had recognized Lin Ling as the #1 king among the 7 emperors' disciples. How did he know about these things? Minister Yu trembled as he stood there. His heart was filled with anger, but he was mostly at a loss. He had flattered the symbol ancestor a few days ago, and found out about the exam questions as well as the rewards. Therefore, he had thought that he would definitely obtain the rewards. However, who knew that Lin Ling would go against the flow and surpass him and even the symbol ancestor? Today he had lost to Lin Ling twice. As for the symbol ancestor, he stood there coldly without any joy or sorrow. He had once again returned to his shrewd self. Lord Symbol Ancestor, may I know who has completed the exam questions? Lin Ling walked back and asked indifferently. The symbol ancestor took a deep breath. He had no choice but to admit it. He snorted coldly and said, "You are #1 in today's exam. The 500 drops of half-saint's essence are yours." Senior brother Lin is mighty. Thunderous cheers erupted from all around when he spoke. The cheers were like slaps to the symbol ancestor's face. He snorted coldly again before he turned and left. Wait. At this moment, Lin Ling shouted coldly, "You won the test. What else do you want to do?" The symbol ancestor stopped in his tracks. He could no longer suppress the fury in his heart. His extremely shrewd face had turned somewhat ferocious at this moment. Vaguely, an enormous aura enveloped Lin Ling, causing him to have difficulty breathing. However, Lin Ling merely smiled. The yellow spring's flame within his body was still roaring, so he was completely unafraid of this aura. He spoke in an indifferent tone. "The symbol ancestor has bet 400 drops of half-saint's essence on my loss, yet you want to leave just like that? Could it be that the symbol ancestor is unable to take out the half-saint's essence? Or did the mighty warrior with the title CND like to go back on his words?" Previously, I had already suspected the symbol ancestor's integrity. From the looks of it, my suspicions were not wrong. "Pa!" Lin Ling's words were like a heavy slap to the symbol ancestor's face. It was loud and fiery. Most importantly, the symbol ancestor could not refute it. Since the symbol ancestor had dared to bet previously, he was naturally extremely confident. However, who would have expected that Lin Ling would create such a miracle? Furthermore, 400 drops was not a small number. Even the symbol ancestor's heart was bleeding, as if someone had cut it with a knife. A green ring floated out and landed on Lin Ling's body. This caused Lin Ling to chuckle. "Lord Symbol Ancestor, you are indeed a man of your word." When he heard this, the symbol ancestor's face turned even more ferocious. He turned around and left. At the same time, he spoke in an icy cold voice. "Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you are the East Zone of Xianpeng Province. You should know that you are currently facing a giant of the mortal world. If you are too arrogant, you might end up kicking an iron plate." "Thank you for your reminder, Lord Symbol Ancestor. However, I have already obtained the half-saint's essence and my strength will definitely increase greatly. No matter how hard an iron plate is, I will be able to break it with a single kick." Lin Ling sneered and replied indifferently. His words caused the symbol ancestor's heart to tremble. The meaning behind Lin Ling's words was very clear. Although he, Lin Ling, was currently insignificant, he would definitely become powerful in the near future. The reason for his strength would come from the half-saint's essence that he, the symbol ancestor, had obtained. These words undoubtedly caused the symbol ancestor to grit his teeth in anger. Lin Ling ignored the symbol ancestor and looked indifferently at Minister Yu. "Junior brother Yu, I'm very sorry. I have taken first place in this test and caused you to waste 100 drops of the half-saint's essence. Thank you. Here. Thank you." How could Minister Yu not hear the mockery in his words? He immediately handed over the green ring. "I only managed to obtain 200 drops of the half-saint's essence after completing the previous mission. This time I have easily obtained 500 drops. This treasure is really easy to earn." Lin Ling took the green ring and smiled indifferently. Minister Yu's body trembled and he left with a black face. He had the urge to vomit blood. "Awesome! Awesome!" As expected of the #1 king of the Eastern Mountain. With just a few words, he had slapped the symbol ancestor and Minister Yu's faces and obtained 1,000 drops of the half-saint's essence. Who else in the Seven Emperors world could do this? Lin Ling looked at the ancient wall in the distance and the nostalgia in his heart grew stronger. This time, Xiandi's lecture had allowed him to become more familiar with the world of the mortal world's giants. He could be considered to have stepped into that world of the pinnacle. "Let's go." Without any nonsense, Lin Ling waved his hand. The 9 spirits of heaven and the rest immediately followed with smiles on their faces. Hong Tianxia's face was gloomy and cold. Lin Ling had obtained so many treasures and his strength would definitely increase greatly. If he couldn't kill Lin Ling this time, he wouldn't be able to do so the next time. This was his only chance. "I must inform King Hong." Hong Tianxia also left. At this moment, Lin Ling and the rest had returned to the Seven Emperors world. He had obtained 1,000 drops of the half-saint's essence, so he gave a small portion of the treasures to his friends. Lai Qing, Gendosa, the 4 venoms of Eastern Mountain, the 9 spirits of heaven, and even the unhindered Celestial the Arch had obtained Lin Ling's half-saint's essence. I really envy them. They are on the same side as Lin Ling. If Lin Ling obtained benefits, so did they. Lin Ling is indeed generous. Many of the disciples were envious and wished that they were Eastern Mountain disciples. Demonic Bone King. These 10 drops of half-saint's essence are yours. At this moment the demonic Bone King, who was about to leave, heard the voice. He was startled and stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. Then, a green ring floated over and landed in his hand. What is the meaning of this? Are you pitying me? The demonic Bone King's face turned cold. I'm not pitying you. I'm giving it to you because you are a disciple of Eastern Mountain. You fought for Eastern Mountain's honor. Lin Ling stood there quietly and said calmly, moreover, the gap between our strength is getting bigger and bigger. Although the 10 drops of half-saint's essence won't be of much help, I still hope that your strength can reach a higher level because I'll be waiting for your challenge. Boom! The demonic Bone King's heart rumbled. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so carefree and generous. Haha, good. Just you wait. I will defeat you. The demonic Bone King laughed and walked away. However, the moment he turned around, he called out from his heart, Senior Brother Lin. He called Lin Ling Senior Brother in front of so many people. This meant that he was sincerely convinced by Lin Ling. Chapter 1598. Seeking advice. What an interesting guy. He's a man. Lin Ling smiled faintly. This was how a martial artist should be. They were magnanimous and did not renege on their losses. However, that did not mean that they would always admit defeat. Then, everyone returned to their residence. Lin Ling was thinking about the half-saint's essence. With these treasures in hand, it should be enough for his godly demon overlord body to step into a new world. He was looking forward to it. Senior Lin Ling, my sister wants to see you. Will you meet her? He Shir, one of the 4 poisons of Dongshan, looked at Lin Ling and smiled. There was a look of worship in her beautiful eyes. Lin Ling had gone from an ordinary disciple to the #1 king of the 4 mountains in such a short time. It was beyond imagination. Your sister? Lin Ling was puzzled. Who was He Shir's sister? Why was she looking for him? I'm her sister, Hyun. At this time a figure slowly walked over from afar. It was a woman in her 20s. She was wearing a white dress. Her facial features were not very stunning. However, her skin was very good. It was white with a hint of rosy. She gave off a very clean feeling. Most importantly, the clouds in the sky floated along with her footsteps. It was actually a colorful cloud. Water talent, earth rank, and it's not a low rank. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. His first thought was that this woman was very strong. She was even stronger than Lord Shui Wu and the others. If he had to compare her, it would be Princess Huaxia of the Fire Tribe. Baintiendi Hyun. The white-clothed woman floated to the ground. She glanced at everyone and then introduced herself. A titled Celestial Emperor expert. Lai Qing and the others gasped. Titled Celestial Emperors rarely appeared in the 7 Emperors' heavens. Apart from those who had duties, such as the Unhindered Celestial Emperor and the Spacetime Celestial Emperor, this was the first time they had seen another Celestial Emperor. Greetings, Baiyun Tiendi. Lin Ling quickly bowed. However, although he bowed, his expression was calm and there was not much reverence. You don't have to be so courteous, because you are also a martial artist with the title of Heavenly Emperor. It's just that your cultivation realm has not met the requirements. Baiyun Tiendi's aura was cold, with the majesty of a celestial emperor. She glanced at her younger sister, He Shir, and didn't say anything. She was extremely solemn. I only have one reason for looking for you. I heard that you can control the Avalon of 5 elements, so I want to know how to do so. Baiyun Tiendi continued. This was the purpose of her visit. Of course, this was also normal. She was the dignified celestial emperor, omniscient and omnipotent. Apart from the secrets of the mortal world, what else did she need to ask Lin Ling about? Lin Ling smiled and glanced at He Shir. He Shir revealed an apologetic expression. It was obvious that she had told Baiyun Tiendi about this matter. However, Lin Ling could see that He Shir was very respectful towards her sister. What? Are you not going to give me face when I'm here in person? Looking at Lin Ling's silence, Baiyun Tiendi frowned slightly. Lin Ling's smile deepened. He slowly opened his mouth and said, a titled celestial emperor is indeed very impressive. However, it's not like no celestial emperors have come here before. And it's not like I haven't seen celestial emperors before. Now that you seem to have a request for me, don't you think that your attitude is too arrogant? In this world where strength is respected. I'm stronger than you, so why can't I call myself your senior? Baiyun Tiandi said indifferently. She was a little unhappy with Lin Ling's lack of tact. One had to know that no matter where she went, she would be greeted with respect and reverence. Even the Seven Emperors' sky was no exception. Hence, was it wrong for her to be a little arrogant? All right, then I'll give you one word. Scram. Lin Ling smiled again, but his expression was cold. You. Baiyun Tiandi obviously didn't expect Lin Ling to be so stubborn. Sister, he's just like that. Don't take it to heart. He sure immediately panicked. She knew how high the price of her sister's anger was. In the past, her sister had been angry before, and the result was that the 4 pillars and 8 pillars of the Great Xianyuan region were completely annihilated. The reason was that the other party had flirted with her sister. He sure you're a disciple of the Eastern Mountain. Here you're a member of the Eastern Mountain. If your sister treats you with respect, then we'll also treat you with respect. If your sister is arrogant, then we can't afford to be friends with her. Just send her off. Lin Ling looked at He Shi'er and said indifferently. He was also telling He Shi'er that she didn't have to be too respectful of her sister. I've never seen a junior as arrogant as you. Since we can't get along, then I'll take my leave. Baiyun Tiandi shouted and turned to leave. The moment she turned, she slowed down her pace. She wanted to see Lin Ling's regretful voice. Although Lin Ling was a celestial emperor, his strength hadn't reached the level of a celestial emperor. She, on the other hand, was a real celestial emperor powerhouse. Anyone with a brain wouldn't offend her. They would even try to please her. From another perspective, if Lin Ling tried to please her, then she could help Lin Ling become the #1 sovereign in Xianpeng province and defeat the other 3 new sovereigns. This wouldn't be difficult. Therefore, Lin Ling wouldn't be so stupid as to offend her. However, she was surprised. Lai Qing, you've obtained a lot of half-saint's essence. You can break through to the next level. Also, 9 spirits of heaven, do you have time to go to Xianhuangdi with me? Lin Ling didn't regret it at all. Instead, he was talking to his friends. Bastard. Baiyun Tiandi was so angry that she clenched her teeth. She wanted to leave, but she couldn't give up on the Avalon of 5 elements. Her cultivation method was very special. Although it looked like a water-type immortal body, it actually needed to be stimulated by fire-type pressure. Only then could her immortal body level up. Ordinary fire-type pressure couldn't achieve the effect she wanted. Only the fire of the Avalon of 5 elements could. Therefore, she couldn't bear to give up on the Avalon of 5 elements. I'll give you a chance. After taking a deep breath, the White Cloud Celestial Emperor walked back and said coldly. At this moment, Lin Ling was talking to his friends. When he heard White Cloud Heaven Emperor's words, he was stunned. These giants of the human realm held high positions and had the strength to dominate tens of thousands of lives. Therefore, they were used to being arrogant and could not see themselves clearly. After shaking his head helplessly, he shouted angrily, "Get lost! Get lost?" Lai Qing and the others laughed bitterly. Lin Ling was as arrogant as ever. You're asking me to get lost? Baiyun Tiandi was so angry that her whole body exploded with a strong aura. However, she didn't dare to act recklessly. She stood there rigidly, giving off a different kind of beauty. Of course, she couldn't be blamed. She was facing a group of ants. She couldn't teach them a lesson, but she couldn't bear to leave. This kind of attitude naturally made her furious. You're asking me for advice. May I ask, Baiyun Tiandi, is this the attitude of a person asking for advice? You're giving me a chance? I don't understand. You're asking me for a favor. Should I be grateful to you? Baiyun Tiandi, you're too thick-skinned. Lin Ling said again. He didn't want to give up until he shocked her to death. Okay. What do I have to do for you to agree? Baiyun Tiandi had no choice but to compromise. First, you have to have the attitude of asking for advice. Lin Ling said bluntly. He had a free and easy personality and hated pretentious people the most. Chapter 1599. World of Heaven and Earth. Leave. However, Lin Ling still rejected her. What the hell are you trying to do? Baiyun Tiandi couldn't hold it in any longer. and his voice was filled with anger. Lin Ling laughed. Putting aside one's attitude is the most basic thing to do when seeking advice from someone. However, that doesn't mean that the other party will guide you because the other party doesn't owe you anything. I hope you remember this. However, you are He Shearer's sister, so I can give her face. If you want to know the secrets of the Avalon of 5 elements, then you will have to pay a corresponding price. After that, you will have to beg your sister. As soon as these words were spoken, He Shearer's delicate body trembled. She had always been respectful towards her sister, but now Lin Ling wanted her sister to beg her? If you can't do it, then leave. Lin Ling walked towards the small house, while Lai Qing and the others laughed. Although Lin Ling was frivolous, it was undeniable that he was right. You went to find a master, you went to make a deal with someone. Could it be that because you spoke politely, others would agree? This was obviously impossible. This world was also very realistic. Since he wanted someone to give him pointers, he had to pay the price. And this was also the principle of life. At this moment, Baiyun Tiandi stood there quietly. She wanted to leave, but she couldn't bear to. In the end, she took a deep breath and restrained her arrogance and fiery temper. She walked towards He Shearer, then lowered her posture and asked like an older sister. He Shearer was a little flattered, but she was also very grateful. She was grateful to Lin Ling. After all, this was the first time her elder sister had treated her like this. After a long time, He Shearer walked towards Lin Ling's hut and pleaded for Baiyun Tiandi. Lin Ling smiled. He could see that He Shearer's relationship with her sister had improved. Alright, since it's Miss Shearer's request, I'll definitely agree. Lin Ling withdrew from his cultivation state and walked out of the hut. His words caused He Shearer's face to turn red, and she had a complicated feeling in her heart. Lin Ling came out of the house and went straight to the point. The Avalon of 5 elements is actually an ancient great formation, used to protect the mortal realm. Only the big shots in the mortal realm know how to control the formation, but they obviously don't include you. Perhaps your level is not high enough. His first sentence suppressed Baiyun Tiandi's arrogance, making her nod helplessly. As for this array formation, you don't need to know why I can control it. You only need to know that I can help you gain initial control over it. You only need to remember the 100,000 runes. Lin Ling continued. And as the price, I need you to guide me in comprehending the greater success stage of the Holy Mark martial arts. Lin Ling could comprehend the large success stage of the Holy Mark martial arts in the Purple Mansion realm. However, if he knew Baiyun Tiandi's comprehension process, it would save him a lot of time. Sure. Baiyun Tiandi immediately nodded. It was a fair trade. But what if your comprehension is too weak and you take too long? Baiyun Tiandi suddenly thought of something. Don't worry, as long as you tell me everything. I'll also tell you the method to control the Avalon of 5 elements within 10 days. Lin Ling said confidently. He only lacked a little bit of opportunity to comprehend the large success stage of the Holy Mark martial arts. If he could find a way, he would have enough time to comprehend it successfully. Deal. Baiyun Tiandi was also very straightforward. This fellow is really enviable. If this continues, his strength will probably surpass mine. The 9 spirits of heaven helplessly shook his head as he watched the conversation between the two. Lin Ling's strength was increasing too quickly. If he could comprehend the large success stage of the Holy Mark martial arts, he would definitely be stronger than him. He was somewhat unwilling, but he didn't have the advantage of knowing the secret of the Avalon of 5 elements like Lin Ling. It was very difficult to comprehend the Holy Mark martial arts. Having someone to guide him was naturally better than fumbling around on his own. However, everyone was selfish. Even if they were brothers, they wouldn't reveal the secret of the martial arts. For the rest of the time, Baiyun Tiandi stayed around the small house and guided Lin Ling. The large success stage of the Holy Mark martial arts was also about comprehending the origin energy. However, it was much larger and purer, and one could further understand the laws of heaven and earth. At their level, the moves of the martial arts weren't the most important. This was because everyone had cultivated a large number of moves and accumulated thousands of martial arts in their hearts. Therefore, the state of mind was the most important. On the other hand, the state of mind was the comprehension of heaven and earth. Everything that was simple must have its reason for its existence. This was also the origin. where everything returned to its original state. 10 days passed quietly. Lin Ling was like a sponge, absorbing the knowledge imparted by Bai Yun Tiandi. After analyzing it, he found the suitable ones for himself. Through Bai Yun Tiandi's conversation, Lin Ling also learned that in the world of heaven and earth emperors, there were all titled celestial emperors. They were the true pinnacle of the mortal world. Currently, Lin Ling was still a short distance away from this level. After painstakingly cultivating, Lin Ling also brought Bai Yun Tiandi to the Avalon of 5 elements to fulfill his promise. The vast land had experienced the vicissitudes of time. The ground was covered with endless green grass. When the wind blew, the grass would rustle. On the grass, 2 figures were roasting meat around a fire. The person on the left was wearing a blue and white robe. He didn't look very old, about 20 years old. However, his eyes were calm and unperturbed. The person on the right was bald. He wasn't tall, but he was tall and sturdy. These 2 people were Lin Ling and Little Flame. While guiding Bai Yun Tiandi to control the Avalon of 5 elements, Lin Ling had been cultivating nearby. As long as Bai Yun Tiandi controlled the Avalon of 5 elements, he could leave. Big brother, are we going to Xianhuang Do you to look for that little girl, the fire spirit princess? Little Flame asked while eating a roasted leg. Yes, this is what I promised that little girl. Moreover, it's time for her to meet the second dream. In addition to the meat, Lin Ling also had a wine pot in his hand. He looked at the sky with a smile in his eyes. It was already nighttime. The sky was dotted with stars, and the ground was a vast grassland. It gave off a heroic feeling of the starry sky. Is the world of the heaven and earth emperor very powerful? Little Flame asked again. His tone was filled with anticipation. Yes, all of them are titled heaven emperors. Moreover, Xiandi has one too. It's the most powerful circle in the mortal world. Lin Ling nodded. The world of the heaven and earth emperor was located at the height of the mortal world, not in Xianpeng province. Therefore, such a circle was naturally not weak. Wait, someone's coming. Suddenly Lin Ling frowned. His powerful soul power sensed a large number of figures approaching. Moreover, judging from their auras, they were all in the advanced stage of the Saint Rudiment realm. Moreover, these people didn't seem to have good intentions. No, Little Flame was puzzled. However, his bestial instincts soon told him that something was amiss. The corners of his mouth curled up into a bloodthirsty smile. Big brother, you have a keen sense of smell. However, someone is tired of living and dares to kill us. At this moment, Little Flame's body emitted a violent demonic aura, and his eyes turned red. Chapter 1600. One man against 10,000 troops. In the distance, a blade of grass was cut down by a strong gust of wind as the sound of footsteps continued to ring out. At a glance, there were over 10,000 people, and the most frightening thing was that all of them were Saint Realm masters. And in Xianpeng province, there was probably no one who could summon so many experts. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he stared at the densely packed crowd. He realized that those people all looked the same. It seemed like there were many of them, but in reality there were only 2 of them. Hong Tianxia, Hong Wang. Finally, Lin Ling let out a cold laugh. As expected of Dongzun Lin Ling, your sense of danger is very strong. Looks like you've experienced countless battles. On the prairie, the people who appeared were Hong Tianxia and Hong Wang. I've long heard that the Lord of the 4 Pillars and 8 Pillars Hong Clan, Hong Wang, can create 10 million clones, all of which are his true body. What I've seen today is truly incredible. Lin Ling was still sitting and drinking. Looking at the densely packed crowd around him, even he couldn't help but be a little shocked. The phrase "one man turned into an army" should be referring to King Hong. Whoosh! At the same time, Little Flame stood up, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. However, Lin Ling waved his hand and said, "Little Flame, don't be impatient. Drink slowly." Hearing these words, Little Flame immediately sat back down. Even though he could feel the pressure of the strong and that this battle would be dangerous, he had always believed in Lin Ling's words. Dongzun Lin Ling, the first new emperor of Xianpeng province, you are indeed extraordinarily courageous. I now recognize you as the leader of the 4 new emperors. Everyone stopped in their tracks. Countless eyes stared at Lin Ling. These people were none other than Flood King. Flood King wore a brown dragon robe and a jade crown on his head. His hands were behind his back, and the aura of the ancient flood dynasty was extremely dense. He was an ancient figure and also a formidable hero of his generation. In Xianpeng province he was famous. In terms of domineering aura, he was even stronger than Lord Shui Wu. Of the 4 ancient nations, the Spirit Stream Immortal Kingdom has been destroyed. All that's left are the Li Flame God dynasty and the Hong clan. It seems that the river of history can change everything. The meaning behind his words was clear. The last descendant of star-picking nation was going to disappear from this world today. The surrounding King Hong's clones all smirked, and their killing intent grew even stronger. It was no wonder he was so confident. Lin Ling was indeed strong, but he was only a 4th heaven saint while Hong Wang was a saint realm late-stage master with 10 million clones. All of these clones had the same strength, which meant that Lin Ling would have to fight 10,000 Hong Wangs. How could Lin Ling win? Lin Ling, I haven't had much contact with you, but you killed my son, Heavenly Emperor Hong. No matter what, you must die today. He felt that Lin Ling was very foolish. Although his potential was extraordinary, he shouldn't have gone out alone. That was because without experts like Lady Watermist, Lin Ling wasn't worth worrying about. Lin Ling, I'm sorry, but I've been keeping an eye on you. After you left the 7 Emperor's heavens, I found out. Hong Tianxia chuckled coldly, his smile filled with anticipation and excitement. After today, the first king of East Mountain, the Dongzun of Xianping province, would perish, and he would be the one to witness it. Good wine, little flame. Don't eat too fast. You should leave some meat for me. Fine. However, under their gazes, Lin Ling and Little Flame were still drinking. That wisp of arrogance was fearless. Hong Wang and Hong Tianxia's pupils constricted. Lin Ling was about to die, and yet he didn't seem to be afraid. That boldness of his made them admire him even more. However, the calmer Lin Ling seemed, the more they wanted to kill him. After all, given enough time, how could they possibly kill him? Hong Tianxia's expression was unsightly. Although he wasn't convinced, he had to admit that compared to Lin Ling he was much weaker. At the very least, he couldn't remain calm in this situation. There's no need to get angry over a dead man. Sigh. Hong Wang waved his hand and continued to look at Lin Ling. Before you die, I want to know if you have any regrets. Perhaps you should have sided with the Hong residents and not provoked us. That way, you could have lived longer, and we could have joined forces to unify Xianpeng province. Sigh. Lin Ling was indeed a talent, but it was a pity that he was past his prime. Unfortunately, Lin Ling wasn't moved by Hong Wang's words, and he continued to drink his wine. Gradually, Hong Wang's expression turned cold. Lin Ling was going to die, but before he died, why didn't Lin Ling say anything? This made him feel like he was punching cotton. Didn't you hear what I said? Answer me. Hong Wang's voice became louder, like thunder. Tens of thousands of people shouted at the same time, shocking the starry sky. Crash. The grass on the grassland was shattered by the sound, and the broken grass floated in the sky, forming a magnificent scene. Hong Wang was obviously angry. Regret? I've never done anything that I regret in my life. Lin Ling took another sip of his wine and finally spoke. He had not spent much time with Hong Wang, but he could easily sense the man's imperious aura. You won't regret your death? Hong Wang let out a hollow laugh. His clones asked the same question, and tens of thousands of people roared at the same time. Hong Wang, you're a formidable figure. Among the 4 pillars and 8 pillars, your reputation is stronger than Senior Shui Wu's, and is on par with Senior Pu's beast. Unfortunately, a formidable figure like you has been reduced to an assassin. You only dare to kill me when I'm alone. Lin Ling stared at Hong Wang as his disdainful voice echoed in the air. He had been drinking silently, but after he spoke, his words were sharp, causing the eyes of Hong Wang to tremble. And you, Hong Tianxia, the first lord of Nanshan, a pitiful peerless genius, you don't dare to face me, so you can only rely on Hong Wang behind you. It seems like in your heart, I've become an insurmountable obstacle. A demon in your heart. Lin Ling stared at Hong Tianxia and said, You're not worthy enough. Hong Tianxia's expression instantly turned unpleasant. He wanted to see Lin Ling begging for mercy and regretting his actions. However, Lin Ling was not afraid of death. The scene he wanted to see did not happen. Instead, He was left speechless by Lin Ling's words. Indeed, Lin Ling had become a demon in his heart. In terms of strength and influence, he was no match for Lin Ling. It seems like it's impossible to see him begging for mercy before his death. This kid is quite stubborn. Forget it, just kill him. From today onward, there will be no Lin Ling in Xianpeng province. Hong Wang shook his head. He did not want to waste any more time. He was afraid that the situation would change if he dragged it on for too long. You're right. Unfortunately, the winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. People don't care about how despicable the process is, they only care about the result. You've fallen, and this is the result. Hong Wang, 10,000 clones. Hong Wang took a step forward. His 10,000 clones unleashed a terrifying aura, causing a storm to appear on the grassland. The strength of the 4 pillars, 8 pillars Hong Wang was indeed terrifying. At the same time, Xiao Yan stood up, his fighting spirit soaring. Facing tens of thousands of Saint Realm Mastery Masters, it was obviously a battle to the death. However, he and Lin Ling had fought tens of thousands of battles, risking their lives many times, so what was there to be afraid of? Xiao Yan, sit down and drink. However, Lin Ling shouted coldly. His words caused Xiao Yan's eyes to narrow. Drinking at this time? Starry Sky Grassland, good wine life. Xiao Yan, take this. Chapter 1601. Baiyun Tiandi had made her move. Kill. Hong Wang could not help but admit that Lin Ling's boldness was great. He looked like an emperor who ruled over everything. What are you doing? At this time, white clouds floated over from the starry sky. An ethereal aura swept over, and a woman in white appeared in front of Lin Ling. This woman's skin was as white as snow, and her appearance was not particularly stunning. However, her simple white clothes and snow-like skin gave people a very comfortable feeling. Most importantly, her aura was not strong, but it gave people a feeling that she could not be underestimated. Shifang Wushang. Hong Wang's expression changed, and his 10,000 doppelgangers all stopped in their tracks. Baiyun Tiandi. Hong Wang's expression also changed. Baiyun Tiandi was very rare in the 7 Emperors' heavens. However, as long as one had cultivated for a few years in the 7 Emperors' heavens, they would all know of such a character. This was an arrogant female emperor. She would not even bother to take up the position given by the 7 emperors. And now, such a character was actually helping Lin Ling? Hong Wang subconsciously looked at Lin Ling. He saw that Lin Ling was still drinking, and his actions were as smooth as flowing water, giving him a strong sense of mockery. He, Hong Wang, had come to kill Lin Ling. He had thought that Lin Ling would definitely die, but who would have thought that Lin Ling actually had Baiyun Tiandi's support? Kill Hong Wang. Lin Ling's expression was very calm as he said indifferently. My deal with you is only about teaching you martial arts. Everything else should be outside of the deal. Moreover, you also said that this world is fair. If you want something, then you have to pay the price. Baiyun Tiandi did not speak, but spoke proudly. At this moment, she felt a little refreshed, as if she wanted to see Lin Ling's face when he needed her help. Their relationship isn't as good as I thought. Hong Tianxia's eyes flickered, and he hurriedly said, Baiyun Tiandi, if you don't interfere in today's matter, my Hong estate will owe you a favor. From today onwards, I'll do anything for you. This was his only chance to kill Lin Ling. As long as Baiyun Tiandi left, I, King Hong, am the same. Hong Wang also knew the importance of opportunities. He did not believe that the great Baiyun Tiandi would listen to Lin Ling, because he could also do what Lin Ling could do. What right did Lin Ling have to make Baiyun Tiandi help him? You were so mighty before and asked me what I thought. Now, you don't dare to be arrogant and can only humbly recruit my people? Hearing Hong Wang and Hong Tianxia's words, Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. His words were filled with mockery, causing Hong Wang and Hong Tianxia's faces to turn ugly. Before, they had indeed spoken too much nonsense. They hadn't even killed Lin Ling, and now they actually asked Lin Ling if he regretted it. Such a question was no different from slapping their own faces. Your people. Do you think Baiyun Tiandi is your subordinate? The great Baiyun Tiandi, whose name shakes the world of emperors, what qualifications do you, Lin Ling, have to recruit others? That's right, I, Hong Tianxia. Also don't believe that the arrogant Baiyun Tiandi is Lin Ling's subordinate. Hong Wang and Hong Tianxia spoke again, their words filled with provocation. As long as Bai Yuntiandi had any pride in his heart, he would definitely flick his sleeves and leave. After all, how could a great heavenly emperor be Lin Ling's subordinate? Bai Yuntiandi frowned. Lin Ling was too arrogant. He clearly had a favor to ask of her, but he didn't lower his noble head. Bai Yuntiandi, whatever Lin Ling can do, I can do. Hong Wang spoke again. As he saw Bai Yuntiandi hesitate, a sense of anticipation rose in his heart. Humph, this is your problem. You can solve it yourselves. Bai Yuntiandi glanced at Lin Ling and coldly snorted, preparing not to interfere in this matter. But her words caused Hong Wang and Hong Tianxia to laugh. Did I say you could leave? However, Lin Ling didn't seem to know how arrogant Bai Yuntiandi was. Instead, he indifferently spoke. This fellow. Hong Wang and Hong Tianxia sneered in their hearts, almost laughing out loud. Lin Ling still refused to lower his head. Moreover, his words were like Bai Yuntiandi's, unable to see through himself. Bai Yuntiandi also gritted her teeth. She didn't hear wrong, right? At this moment, if she left, Lin Ling would definitely die. After all, Hong Wang was a Mastery Saint Rudiment Realm expert with tens of thousands of clones. However, Lin Ling still didn't beg her. Not only that, his words were still arrogant, as if he was ordering her to leave. Even she felt displeased when she heard such words. Go die. Bai Yuntiandi's temper had always been fiery. She immediately turned and left. You control the Avalon of 5 elements because you want to use those ancient flames to stimulate your immortal physique and cultivate. However, I have a method that is more effective than the Avalon of 5 elements flames. However, just as Bai Yuntiandi took a few steps, Lin Ling's indifferent laughter sounded, causing Bai Yuntiandi's eyes to narrow. Nonsense. You're just a Saint Rudiment Realm expert. How could you have such a divine ability? Then get lost. Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to explain and continued drinking. This kind of attitude was simply too arrogant. In the face of imminent disaster, he still dared to speak like this to Bai Yuntiandi, telling her to get lost. Even Hong Wang and Hong Wang's eyes widened. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. Bai Yuntiandi gritted her teeth. She had roamed the mortal world for so many years, but this was the first time she met such an arrogant junior. She wanted to leave immediately, but hesitated. This was because this wasn't the first time she had seen Lin Ling's mysteriousness. Now that Lin Ling was so confident, could it be that he really had a way to improve her talent? One had to know that the ancient flames of the Avalon of 5 elements could improve her talent, but there was also a bottleneck. She needed a stronger flame to improve her talent. You're not lying to me, right? Bai Yuntiandi frowned and said. She trusted Lin Ling a little, but Lin Ling's strength was indeed not strong. This made her skeptical. You're not qualified for me to lie to you. If you want to improve your strength, then kill Hong Wang. If not, then get lost. Lin Ling's words were still arrogant, and his heart was full of disdain. He could be considered to have helped Bai Yuntiandi. Although that was a deal, if it was Lin Ling, he would make a deal with the weak. If the weak encountered trouble, as long as it was a small matter, he would help. You're the most arrogant person I've ever met. Bai Yuntiandi gritted her teeth in anger and looked at Hong Wang. No matter what, she had finally decided to make a move. This damned Lin Ling. His strength was obviously not strong, but he had repeatedly taken advantage of her. Bai Yuntiandi, you really want to kill me? Hong Wang didn't have the appearance of a fierce and ruthless person from before. His mouth was wide open, and his face was full of disbelief. Lin Ling used such a tone to speak to an expert. Not only was the expert not angry, but she still helped Lin Ling. How could he feel balanced? How can this be? Hong Tianxia was also in a bad mood. This unfair treatment made him extremely jealous. Lin Ling faintly smiled as he looked at Hong Wang and Hong Tianxia. Before I die, I want to know if you have any regrets. Perhaps you shouldn't have provoked me. If that's the case, you can live longer. After speaking, he calmly drank a mouthful of wine. And these words were spoken by Hong Wang before. Now the situation had changed, and Lin Ling was the one who said it. Lin Ling controlled Hong Wang's life and death. A fierce and ruthless person, how sad. Then Lin Ling shook his head. In his eyes, Hong Wang was a hero past his prime. Lin Ling. Chapter 1602. Unbounded Fire Dragon King. 10 million doppelgangers are indeed powerful. Unfortunately, in front of me this kind of strength is still too weak. Baiyun Tiandi said indifferently. Her graceful figure floated away. Clouds and mist drifted. She actually also created 10 million doppelgangers. Each one was as mysterious as the clouds. Rumble. Without seeing how she attacked, Flood King's doppelgangers began to explode on the prairie. Flood King kept vomiting blood, his face filled with fear. A powerhouse with the title of Celestial Emperor was indeed terrifying. Lin Ling, how about we let today's matter go? Flood King said anxiously. For the first time he felt that death was so close. Offending the top Celestial Emperor of the human world, even if he was the hero of Xianping Province, he would still fall. Do you think it's possible? How could Lin Ling let a tiger return to the mountain? He directly refused. Aha, Big Brother is still the best. No wonder he let me sit down and drink. Little Flame touched his bald head. His eyes were filled with worship. Drinking wine while watching a hero of a generation fall. Who in the world could do that? Rumble. The Celestial Emperor attacked. His strength was shocking. Flood King could only retreat. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Flood King's doppelgangers were different from the Ninely Holy Mother. Flood King's doppelgangers were all real. There was no distinction between doppelgangers and the original body. If he wanted to break this mysterious martial art, he had to break it all. It could be said that there was no weakness. If not for Baiyun Tiandi being nearby, Lin Ling would have fallen here today. This martial art is powerful, Lin Ling muttered to himself. At this time, Purple Elder's voice sounded. Your Majesty, the next realm of the Fiend God Overlord body has this power. Hearing this, Lin Ling could not help but be shocked. Looking at the prairie again, it was a mess. It was as if a heavenly tribulation had descended. Flood King had already fallen. This made Lin Ling sigh softly. Of 8 pillars had died in front of him. One had to know that in the past, the 8 pillars were like a big block that he could never cross. As for Hong Tianxia, he stood there trembling and shaking his head. How could this be? Today he had come to kill Lin Ling and he had to kill him no matter what. However, who would have thought that when he took this step, what awaited him was death? Baiyun Tiandi, you cannot kill me. I am the disciple of the 7 emperors. The 7 emperors' world does not allow the killing of disciples. Hong Tianxia shouted anxiously. Then why did you come to kill me? At this moment Lin Ling stood up. His words caused Hong Tianxia's expression to stiffen. He was unable to reply. Leave this guy to me. Then Lin Ling walked out step by step. The corners of his mouth curled up. On his left hand, a scorching flame spread out. Right now, he couldn't use the tyrannical song sword because it was on the verge of collapse. However, it wasn't difficult for him to kill Hong Tianxia. Alright Lin Ling, I'll fight you. Life and death are up to fate. Hong Tianxia's eyes were filled with determination. Facing Lin Ling was better than facing Baiyun Tiandi. If I win this battle, can I leave? Hong Tianxia asked again. At the same time, he looked at Baiyun Tiandi. You don't have to look at her. As long as you win, I promise to let you leave. Lin Ling smiled and spat out a sentence coldly. Your words are enough. I believe that you, Lin Ling, will do as you say. Then let's fight to the death. Hong Tianxia sneered. He seemed to still have hope. Perhaps he could kill Lin Ling. At that time, Baiyun Tiandi wouldn't kill him. He could leave. Lin Ling was indeed powerful. However, he believed that there wasn't much difference between them. As long as he focused, he could win. Rumble. Hong Tianxia exploded with an imposing aura. He knew that Lin Ling wasn't weak, so he used his full strength from the beginning. Boundless Fire Dragon King. Lin Ling stood there calmly. Flames were burning all over his body. Origin energy appeared. Destructive and tyrannical aura roared. His long hair danced in the wind. He was so cold and determined. After he agreed to Hong Tianxia's request, he knew that Hong Tianxia would die. This was because Lin Ling's strength had increased by 30% compared to 10 days ago. Rumble. At the same time, flames suddenly appeared on the prairie. Countless fire dragon kings were roaring and sweeping towards Hong Tianxia from all directions. He narrowed his eyes. He didn't see Lin Ling make a move. Where did these fire dragon kings come from? Moreover, these fire dragon kings gave him great pressure. This kind of flame seemed to only appear on the wall of fire in the Avalon of 5 elements. You've reached the greater mastery of sacred martial arts? Hong Tianxia suddenly thought of something. His face turned pale and he even regretted it. He didn't expect Lin Ling's strength to increase again in such a short period of time. Fire has never been extinguished. Heaven and earth are immortal, so fire can be born in the void. Lin Ling muttered to himself. After he reached the greater mastery of sacred martial arts, he comprehended the boundless fire dragon king. He could release flames in any corner. Those flames seemed to have never been extinguished. I admit defeat. Hong Tianxia shouted anxiously. His face turned even paler. You have to die even if you admit defeat. Lin Ling turned and left. Rumble. The flames on the prairie exploded like the most ancient flames. They exploded and burned the void. The number 1 Lord of Nanshan fell in one move. In the endless flames, Hong Tianxia uttered the last words of his life. He finally realized why he provoked Lin Ling. If he hadn't made that choice, he would still be one of the new emperors of Xianpeng province. Unfortunately, he didn't want to be a new emperor. He wanted to be the number 1 emperor in Xianpeng province. Unfortunately, greed killed him. In the face of an unknown enemy, he shouldn't have made a move without 100% success rate. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret. There were no ifs in this world. Lin Ling walked back and said to Little Flame with a smile, "Let's go. Big brother, you're amazing." Little Flame immediately laughed. Everything was just as Lin Ling said. If anyone dared to assassinate him at this time, they wouldn't be able to return alive. Bai Yuntiandi didn't say anything. She followed Lin Ling as if the previous incident had nothing to do with her. Obviously, at her level, other than the experts of the mortal world, everyone else was like an ant. The 3 of them once again arrived at the Avalon of 5 elements. As Lin Ling gazed at the ancient city walls, the nostalgia in his eyes intensified. Vaguely, he seemed to have seen the legendary man who had reached the pinnacle of the human world. Since I started learning martial arts, my life has been colorful. There have been laughter and tears, blood and sweat. I've lived a carefree life. However, compared to the legendary man, I'm still far behind. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He seemed to see the ancient city wall being built up step by step in the hands of the man. He was sure that the man had grown from an insignificant existence to the most legendary figure in the world. His life must be endlessly exciting. This made Lin Ling feel a sense of admiration for that man. This was also the first time in his life that he had admired someone. Chapter 1603. Arriving at the Fire Tribe, he controls the Avalon of Fire. Why is he stronger than me? Bai Yuntiandi was shocked. She felt that this arrogant junior was indeed capable. In the sky, the Fire Dragon King roared. Its power was many times stronger than Lin Ling's fire martial way. Bai Yuntiandi was shocked again. She had learned how to control the Avalon of 5 elements, but in terms of control, she couldn't compare to Lin Ling. This caused her to feel a sense of defeat. As a celestial emperor, other than celestial emperors of the same level, she didn't care about anyone else. But now, a man who had the title of celestial emperor, but didn't have the strength to make her admire him for the first time. Rumble. At the same time, the wall of fire rushed into Lin Ling's body like a tide. Are you crazy? Those flames can burn Wusheng. Bai Yuntiandi was shocked and subconsciously retreated. What are you shocked about? You want to improve your immortal body, so the ancient flames you need can't be weak. At this time Lin Ling's calm voice sounded. The flames enveloped Lin Ling, but Lin Ling was safe and sound. These ancient flames were not considered high-level flames, but they had been around for too long. Their quality was not high, but their quantity was terrifying. However, Lin Ling was unscathed in the face of such terrifying flames. Bai Yuntiandi's beautiful eyes narrowed. She felt that this junior Lin Ling was too mysterious. Only Lin Ling knew that he had the flames of Styx. Unless it was one of the top 10 flames in the world, other flames couldn't hurt him. Moreover, he could absorb those flames for his own use. Rumble. After an unknown period of time, The ancient iron blood wall dimmed and the flames disappeared. Lin Ling's soul had accumulated a large amount of terrifying flames. If they exploded, it would be a disaster. Unfortunately, although Lin Ling had devoured these flames, it was difficult for him to use them. The main reason was that his physical body was too weak. However, it wasn't difficult to improve Bai Yuntiandi's talent. Let's go. We'll go to Xianhuangdiyu. On the way, I'll help you improve your immortal body. Lin Ling smiled and strode forward. Bai Yuntiandi's body trembled and she nodded with joy. If the flames from before were used to stimulate her talent, who knew what realm her talent would reach? The White Cloud Heavenly Emperor snorted. You want me to be your bodyguard, don't you? This is the opportunity I'm giving you. Lin Ling stopped and smiled at Bai Yuntiandi. That sentence made Bai Yuntiandi gnash her teeth. She was the Heavenly Emperor and she was protecting someone. Not only was Lin Ling ungrateful, he even gave her the opportunity. Damn it! Lin Ling, I've been waiting for you for a long time. When Lin Ling was on his way to Xianhuangdiyu, he met the 9 spirits of heaven. The 9 spirits of heaven had agreed to go with Lin Ling when he was at the 7 emperors' heaven. To them, going out with Lin Ling to train might be an opportunity to improve their strength. Sorry, I'm late. Lin Ling walked over with a smile. The purpose of this trip to Xianhuangdiyu was to bring the Fire Spirit Princess to the rainforest sacred ground. It's okay, I've only waited for a day. The 9 spirits of heaven smiled and shook their heads. Their eyes fell behind Lin Ling, and the corners of their mouths twitched. Bai Yuntiandi is also here? Bodyguard. Lin Ling nodded. Behind them, Bai Yuntiandi gritted her teeth again. After she was done with Lin Ling, she swore that she would teach this guy a lesson. You're amazing. The 9 spirits of heaven smiled bitterly and shook their heads. Lin Ling was probably the only person in the world who dared to call a heavenly emperor a bodyguard. Xianhuangdiyu Fire Tribe. 9 spirits of heaven. You should know about them. The group didn't stay for long. They directly arrived at Xianhuangdiyu through the teleportation portal, and then flew through the sky. I've been there once, but there are many strong people there, so I only stayed there for a short while. I'm not very familiar with that place. The 9 spirits of heaven shook their heads and said, the Fire Tribe is an extremely ancient tribe in the mortal realm. Its history can be traced back thousands of miles, and the ancestor of the Fire Tribe is said to be a figure of the same level as the Realm Lord. At this time, Bai Yuntiandi said lightly, looking at Lin Ling with a touch of pride in her eyes, as if to say, you're too inexperienced. Now you have a favor to ask of me. Lin Ling ignored those gazes. He really didn't know about this, so there was nothing to be ashamed of. A figure of the same level as the Realm Lord? Is the ancestor of the Fire Tribe still alive? Lin Ling asked in surprise. I don't know. Some people said that he's already dead, but the Fire Tribe said that he's still alive. In short, it's hard to be sure. However, the Fire Tribe's background is very terrifying. In Xianpeng Province, it's equivalent to a force above the 3-star Saint Realm. It's one of the deacons of the highest deacon palace in the mortal realm. Bai Yuntiandi said again. The highest deacon palace in the mortal realm? Lin Ling nodded. He felt that as long as it was related to the heavenly earth, each of them was in existence that couldn't be underestimated. For example, the 4 pillars and 8 pillars were only the overlords of the Xianpeng province, but the heavenly earth was the overlord of the entire mortal realm. Xianyuan, Xianpeng, and Xianhuang have some powerful forces. They're one of the deacons of the highest deacon palace in the mortal realm. If you encounter them, don't provoke them. Bai Yuntiandi said again. Her words were also to remind Lin Ling. She had to admit that she quite admired Lin Ling's character. He dared to take responsibility for his actions and was fearless, but it was easy to provoke powerful enemies like this. Thank you for reminding me. Lin Ling nodded. They crossed mountains and seas, and after 3 days, they arrived at the territory of the Fire Tribe. This place was extremely prosperous, but the style was somewhat similar to the wilderness. Moreover, there were many violent battles. Along the way they could see violent battles. Obviously, the history of the Fire Tribe was too long. In ancient times, this huge tribe believed in strength to solve everything, which led to the passing down of the Fire Tribe. It has an ancient and wild style, but there are also luxurious buildings here. A vast city appeared in front of Lin Ling and the others. They landed and walked along the road towards the big city. According to Baiyun Tiandi, the fire tribe was on the edge of the big city. Big brother, that city is as big as splendid mountain and river. Xiao Yan said curiously as he looked around. The cultivators around them weren't weak, saints were everywhere. Of course this was normal. How could cultivators who could appear around the fire tribe be weak? The group then entered the city. It was majestic and sacred, surrounded by flame totems. There were many cultivators who cultivated the fire attribute martial Dao, and many cultivators from Xianyuanpang and the Great Xianyuan territory had come to visit. It was extremely lively. Xiao Jun, I told you to stop pestering me, get out of my way. On a 100-meter wide street that was wide enough for hundreds of horses to run side by side, a tender voice called out. It was a child's voice, but it was as clear as a bell. On the street, Lin Ling and the others looked around. After Lin Ling heard this voice, he couldn't help laughing. It's really fate. I just came here and saw that naughty little girl. Chapter 1604. I'm her husband. Let's go, little flame. Let's go take a look. Lin Ling said to them. At this moment, little flame was staring at a strange banana. He was curious, but after hearing Lin Ling's words, he still followed Lin Ling. In the fire tribe's region, due to the high temperature, there were many strange treasures. For fire elemental warriors, this was their heaven. The street ahead was even hotter. The ground was paved with crystal rainstones, which could withstand the high temperature for a long time and prevent the ground from cracking. The buildings around the street were also built with crystals, which looked extremely luxurious. Groups of people stared at the middle of the street. These people were dressed differently from those in Xianpeng province. They were not weak, but at this moment they were a little quiet as they watched the scene on the street with a faint smile. He saw a 5 or 6-year-old girl pouting as she walked down the street. She wore a red outfit and a pair of snakeskin boots. Her small face was like a jade carving, giving off a lively and cute feeling. Behind her, several figures followed. One of them was a 17 or 18-year-old handsome youth who was constantly trying to curry favor with her. But from the looks of it, he was pestering her. Wow, he even dares to pester the fire spirit princess. That boy has guts. Someone said softly. You have to know that in the fire clan, the fire spirit princess was everyone's princess. She was domineering and no one dared to provoke her. Yet now that well-dressed youth was pestering her. It was shocking. Xiao Jun, I said, get lost. The fire spirit princess finally stopped. She stomped her little feet and was flustered. Hee, fire spirit princess. I only invited you to Earth Moon Mountain to watch the rainbow and admire the moon. Why do you have to reject me? The boy behind her was not discouraged and continued to smile. Obviously, he was pursuing the fire spirit princess. Although the fire spirit princess was young, everyone knew that once this little girl unleashed her full strength, she would turn into a beautiful woman. Coupled with the fire spirit princess status and talent, who among the younger generation would not want to pursue her? Moreover, many people in this world had eccentricities. They liked lively girls. And Xiao Jun was one of them. I don't like you. Get lost. Princess Huiling shouted again, pointing at Xiao Jun. If it was someone else, she would have attacked already. Unfortunately, Xiao Jun's background was not small. He was from the E race. This E race had the same history as the fire race. Most importantly, her sister Princess Huixia always told her that in front of the E race, she could not be willful. That was why she tolerated it. As a matter of fact, she felt very wronged in her heart. Her sister was going to marry a peerless genius of the E race, but what did it have to do with her? Why should she swallow her anger? Princess Fire Spirit, your sister, the Crimson Cloud Celestial Emperor, and my cousin are a match made in heaven. In Xianhuangdiyu, you and I can cultivate our feelings from a young age. When you are 15 or 16 years old, I will marry you. Xiao Jun said with a smile. Seeing the Princess Fire Spirit's cute appearance, he was even more moved. So it's the young master of E clan. Everyone's eyes flickered. No wonder that young man was so arrogant. He dared to flirt with the Fire Spirit Princess on the street. It turned out that his background was not small. I won't like you. I already have someone in my heart. The Princess Fire Spirit said angrily. She was thinking of a way to get rid of that fly. Hee. Who doesn't know the name of the Princess Fire Spirit in Xianhuangdiu? Who dares to marry you? Who is qualified to win your heart? Xiao Jun was not angry. He did not believe the Princess Fire Spirit's words at all. Him. The Princess Fire Spirit spoke incoherently. She was just casually looking for an excuse. She looked around and her eyes suddenly lit up. She stared at a handsome man. At this moment, Lin Ling looked at the scene with a faint smile. Of course, he would not interfere in this kind of matter. The Princess Fire Spirit came from the Fire Tribe and had a strong background. He was not qualified to interfere. However, when the Princess Fire Spirit looked at him, his eyebrows twitched. He had a bad premonition. He is the one in my heart, my husband. As expected, the Princess Fire Spirit pointed at Lin Ling and said. As soon as she said this, the 9 spirits of heaven and Baiyun Tiandi's expressions changed drastically. Since when did the Princess Fire Spirit fall in love with Lin Ling? They knew that the Princess Fire Spirit was one of the 3 myths of the human world. She was the youngest peerless genius of Champion University. Many people had tried to woo her, but they had all been rejected. On the contrary, Lin Ling had quietly won her heart. Lin Ling, I admire you. Brother, you're so strong. I wouldn't have thought that you were hiding such a secret, said the 9 spirits of heaven. Lin Ling smiled wryly. That naughty little girl. He really wanted to spank her. Haha, as expected you came looking for me, said the Princess Fire Spirit excitedly. She walked over to Lin Ling and said sweetly, my husband, you came. She was using Lin Ling as an excuse to get rid of Xiao Jun. Who is that guy? The crowd was astonished. The youngest peerless genius of the 3 myths of the human world had a husband? Was that young man good enough for the Princess Fire Spirit? Lin Ling shook his head again helplessly. He looked at the Fire Spirit Princess and saw her begging eyes. Coupled with the strange gazes from all around, he couldn't help but laugh and said frankly, that's right, I am her husband. What? What? The crowd was astonished again. That young man was brave, he was admitting it in front of everybody. Who are you? What? Xiao Jun pulled a long face and looked ferocious. He had thought that the Princess Fire Spirit was joking, but now the truth was right in front of him. He couldn't accept it. Don't you understand? I'm the Princess Fire Spirit's husband, said Lin Ling indifferently. Even though he didn't want to admit it, the Princess Fire Spirit was begging him to help her. As a man he couldn't back down. You. Xiao Jun hadn't thought that the young man would be so arrogant. He said in a low voice, do you know who I am? The people around noticed that Xiao Jun was angry. Of course it was normal. He was the young master of the Yi clan, and the person he liked was taken away by someone else. Where would he put his dignity as a man? As for the young man, he was brave, but he had provoked the Yi clan. They wondered how he was going to face Xiao Jun's anger. I don't know who you are and I'm not interested to know. I only know that when you encounter a problem, do you like to ask others who you are? Also, if you want to court the Princess Fire Spirit, please come up with something new. Do you think you can get her by pestering her shamelessly? Lin Ling smiled and said indifferently. Haha. The crowd couldn't help but laugh. They also felt that Xiao Jun was too weak to court the Princess Fire Spirit. Enough! Xiao Jun shouted angrily, I don't know who you are, and I don't know where you came from. But now you've angered me. His eyes were extremely cold, and the experts behind him were also filled with murderous intent. What? You want to fight because of a disagreement? Chapter 1605. Essence of the Earth, Emperor Peerless, there's no need to hesitate when dealing with you. Cripple him, Xiao Jun said indifferently. The people behind him strode forward and a tyrannical aura erupted. They were all in the early stage of the Saint Rudiment realm. From this, it could be seen that Xiao Jun's status in the Yi clan was not low. After all, not everyone could have guards in the early stage of the Saint Rudiment realm. Cripple me? Lin Ling narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to make a move, little flame behind him pounced forward and a tyrannical demonic aura rolled out. As for the 9 spirits of heaven, the halberd behind him shot into the sky and turned into 9 spirits, suppressing the heavens and earth. The guards were all in the Saint Rudiment realm. Although there were many of them, none of them could hold their own. Hence, they were defeated very quickly. So strong? Xiao Jun's expression changed drastically. He did not expect this young man's friends to be so strong. You don't need to hesitate when dealing with me? At this moment, Lin Ling's laughter rang out. Xiao Jun's eyes narrowed and he instinctively said, I'm the 13th young master of the Yi clan. Xiao. Just as he finished speaking, a figure shot over and slapped down in the air. It was Lin Ling who had made his move. You're courting death. Xiao Jun did not expect Lin Ling to be so overbearing and dare to touch him. The fire spirit princess's eyes widened. She was helpless against Xiao Jun because the latter's background was too strong. However, she did not expect Lin Ling to attack for her. Bang! Under countless gazes, Lin Ling's slap sent Xiao Jun crashing to the ground. Even the crystal tiles on the ground cracked. One could imagine the power of that slap. The Yi clan is the deacon of the highest deacon palace in the human world. If you dare to touch me, you're dead. On the ground, Xiao Jun spat out blood and roared. Obviously, he was stunned by Lin Ling's attack. Pa! However, as soon as he finished speaking, another slap came and slammed him into the ground. I've said it before. If you want to chase after the fire spirit princess, that will depend on your ability. Are you trying to prove your inferiority by mentioning your family background? Lin Ling's disdainful voice floated out again, causing the surrounding people to suck in a breath of cold air. This young man was ruthless enough. He dared to hit someone from Yi clan even though he knew they were from Yi clan. Xiao Jun was also extremely surprised. Lin Ling's arrogance was beyond imagination. Pa! At this moment, the sound of footsteps rang out. In Xiao Jun's eyes, Lin Ling walked over slowly with a faint smile on his face as if a friend had come to visit him. Of course, at this moment, he didn't think that Lin Ling treated him as a friend. What do you want to do? Xiao Jun's face paled slightly. His family background, which had everything going for it, seemed to be of no use at this moment. I quite like people like that because it saves me a lot of trouble. Lin Ling looked down at him and said with a smile, Do you want that thing between your legs? What do you want to do? Xiao Jun's voice was somewhat incoherent. Lin Ling was more violent and ruthless than he had imagined. Kowtow 3 times and swear that you will never pester the fire spirit princess again. Then get lost. Otherwise, I don't mind making you unable to touch women forever. Lin Ling was still smiling, but his smile was even colder and more domineering, using his family background to suppress Lin Ling without a word. Encountering such a person, Lin Ling naturally didn't need to give any face to Lin Ling. Moreover, in Lin Ling's heart, the fire spirit princess was the second dream. The second dream was being humiliated. How could he not stand up? Kowtow 3 times? You dare to make the young master of Yi clan kowtow? Xiao Jun gritted his teeth. How could he kowtow? If he kowtowed, where would his face go? I say, sir, to be so arrogant in Shenhuang, do you? Aren't you afraid of kicking an iron plate? Right at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice resounded abruptly. A young man in black armor walked over with a large number of people behind him. He was tall, his long hair casually hung down to his shoulders, and he had a wisp of a wild aura. Moreover, to everyone's surprise, the ground seemed to ripple like waves with every step he took. Looking carefully, in fact, he didn't walk. It was the crystal bricks on the ground that were pushing him. Cousin! Xiao Jun seemed to have found a life-saving straw and hurriedly crawled towards the youth. Pa! However, if he dared to move, Lin Ling stepped on him, preventing him from crawling over. Moreover, he stared at the other party with a serious expression. He could sense that the other party was very powerful. So far Lin Ling had seen such strong young people. Princess Huixia Bayuntiandi, Dugu Konglei from Champion University, and the young man in front of him. That young man was a cultivator of the late Saint Layer. He wasn't weak. He had D-grade talent. In terms of strength, he was definitely stronger than the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. Piece of trash! Shouted the armored young man furiously. Then he said indifferently, Your Excellency, I'm from the Yi clan. You don't have the right to teach me a lesson. His voice was extremely dignified, and his eyes were filled with murder. Lin Ling, that's Emperor Peerless. He's extremely strong. He's famous in Champion University," whispered the fire spirit princess. She could sense that things were getting more and more troublesome. Even Emperor Peerless had come. Even though she was the youngest peerless genius, it didn't mean she was the strongest. Emperor Peerless, the son of the E-clan's earth spirit? The crowd was astonished. As cultivators from Xianhuangdiu, they knew about him. According to legends, he was a cultivator of the earth spirit. He was a peerless genius of the E-clan, just like the fire spirit princess. The most important thing was that he had just become a disciple of the human world and had immediately become a celestial emperor. That was rare in Champion University. "I've heard that Princess Huixia from the Fire Clan is going to get married to someone else. It seems like that person is Emperor Peerless," said someone else. Many people looked at him in awe. He was a peerless genius. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Transformed from the essence of the earth? It meant that that person was extremely strong. No wonder he was a celestial emperor. "Lin Ling, he's famous in the world of great emperors," said Xianyuan Johan in a low voice. Lin Ling nodded again. Xianyuan Johan was stronger than Lin Ling. At the very least, Lin Ling hadn't entered the world of emperors yet. But the arrow was already on the bow, he had no choice. Could Lin Ling admit defeat? Could he give the fire spirit princess away? Lin Ling could not help but look at Princess Huiling. He saw that the usually mischievous little girl was very quiet at this moment. She seemed a little uneasy. Lin Ling smiled and said, "Don't worry. Leave this to me." This sentence made the fire spirit princess reveal a sweet smile and nod heavily. "Indeed, but your people are harassing my little girl. As a man, I don't think I should tolerate that. Could it be that in your heart, people from the E-clan can harass and humiliate people as they wish? The world is vast. The E-clan doesn't represent everything." "All right." After that, Lin Ling smiled and looked at Emperor Peerless. "As a man, you can't tolerate that. But in this world, some things are more important than dignity, for example, your life. Besides, the E-clan doesn't represent everything, but we can control everything," said Xiao Wushuang indifferently. He wasn't very handsome, his skin was dark, and he looked ordinary. However, nobody dared underestimate him because of his qi. Chapter 1606. An intense battle. "Thank you for your reminder, but to me, if I can give up my dignity, then I'm just a walking corpse." Lin Ling shrugged, his eyes glinting with sharpness. "Lowly commoners are walking corpses." Xiao Wushuang's face turned even colder. He didn't expect this nameless guy to refute him. "You're tough, but I can tell you that in Xianhuangdiu, there are some people you can't afford to offend. Lowly commoners should have the awareness of lowly commoners. You said you want my cousin to kowtow to you, then you can try." As soon as he finished speaking, the earth trembled, and the origin energy roared, forming a terrifying sandstorm lion. Ding ding dang. Many people's faces changed as they frantically retreated. Xiao Jun was an 8th stage saint, and his origin energy was extremely powerful. Roar. In the ancient city, the sandstorm lion was galloping and roaring. It pounced towards Lin Ling, wanting to drown him. Lowly commoners will always be lowly commoners. Xiao Wushuang's cold snort came from the sandstorm lion. He, Emperor Peerless, had dignity. How could a lowly commoner offend him? "Go to hell, I Xiao Jun, am unrivaled in Xinping province. Even if the 5 heavenly kings see me, they will take a detour. Who do you think you are?" Xiao Jun sneered from the ground. That arrogant youth should be dead by now. The sandstorm blocked everyone's vision. They were all shocked at Xiao Wushuang's ability to control the earth. He was indeed the essence of the earth. "You keep calling me a lowly commoner. To be honest, if you're not the essence of the earth, you're nothing." However, at this moment the flames began to boil. The void, the sky, and the earth were all burning. Roar! The fire dragon king roared and actually rushed out from the sandstorm, burning the sandstorm. Then a blue-robed youth quietly appeared. At this moment he was like a flame god. What? He broke Xiao Wushuang's origin energy? In the distance, many ancient martial artists gasped. Xiao Wushuang was the essence of the earth, and he was born with the ability to control the earth and sandstorm. His comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth was more powerful than ordinary people. But now, a nameless youth had broken his origin energy. Great success of the holy mark martial arts. Xiao Wushuang frowned as well. Obviously, he had underestimated Lin Ling. And at this moment on the ground, Lin Ling appeared in front of Xiao Jun, causing Xiao Jun's countenance to turn pale. His elder cousin's technique was broken by this young man, teasing others, pestering them, and immediately killing them after being interrupted. Are these the people of the Yi clan? Lin Ling looked down from above, staring at Xiao Jundao on the ground. His leg was also raised high, as if it was a giant axe that could split the heavens and earth apart. You dare! At this time Xiao Wushuang let out a cold voice. He sensed that Lin Ling wanted to kill Xiao Jun. Ridiculous! Lin Ling sneered. In the beginning he didn't think of killing Xiao Jun. Although Xiao Jun had sent his subordinates to kill him, he wasn't so ruthless after defeating those subordinates. The reason was that Xiao Jun's strength was too weak. Lin Ling didn't like to bully the weak. But now he wanted to kill, calling him a lowly commoner. Then let's see how noble this Yi clan's bloodline is. Moreover, Xiao Wushuang killed him without a word. How could he hold back? I can tell you, if you dare to kill him, you definitely can't leave this place. Xiao Wushuang's expression became more and more ugly, the sandstorm behind him roaring. You don't need to worry about that. Lin Ling didn't even look at him, his right foot stomping down heavily. Boom! The ground split open, sparkling crystals sputtering in all directions. Between the ground and Lin Ling's foot, flesh and blood splattered. Xiao Jun was stomped to death alive. Even before he died, his mind was blank. Clearly, he didn't think that Lin Ling would dare to kill him, and even more didn't think that he would die here today. I don't dare. The entire street was silent, only Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifting out. A fierce dragon didn't cross the river. A strong dragon couldn't fight a local snake. Xiao Wushuang was a reputable figure in Xianhuangdiu, a powerful presence like the local snake. In the world of monarchs, many heaven monarchs would not dare to act recklessly, but Lin Ling had made his move, shocking the crowd. Your cultivation isn't high, but your martial talent is impressive. You can be considered half a peerless genius. You will surely achieve something in the future. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have interfered. Xiao Wushuang said in a cold voice with a twisted expression. I've already interfered even if I don't want to, so what are you planning to do? Lin Ling stared at Xiao Wushuang and said with a smile, as if he had no idea what Xiao Wushuang represented. I've only underestimated you before, so you were able to take advantage of me. Do you really think a lowly commoner like you can stop me? The sandstorm lion behind Xiao Wushuang gathered once again, as if it was going to devour the heavens and earth. Enough with the nonsense. If you want to kill me, bring it on. Lin Ling let out a hollow laugh and snapped furiously. He kept calling Xiao Wushuang a lowly commoner. He could not wait to see how powerful this noble genius that was formed by the essence of the heavens and earth was. Roll sand, devour, Xiao Wushuang said in a deep voice. He reached out his right hand and clenched his fist. Rumble. Above the ground, endless sandstorms appeared. The seemingly tiny grains of sand contained a terrifying force that could crush everything. The reason being that the grains of sand were the origin sand, the first sand of the heavens and earth. Misty clouds. Just as the two sides were about to draw their swords, a white cloud mysteriously floated out. It seemed ethereal and formless, but it was extremely tough. It actually formed a large area of clouds that enveloped Lin Ling. Finally, it turned into an ancient cloud palm that collided with the sandstorm lion. Rumble. On one side was a cloud, while on the other was a sandstorm. The cloud carried the rain, while the sand devoured the rain. The clash between the two sides shook the heavens and earth. Even from 10,000 li away, the cultivators could see the clash between the two extreme forces in the ancient city. It was a shocking sight. Pop, pop, pop. Meanwhile, in the ancient city, the entire street was rolling as the force swept across it, causing it to flip in the sky. Even the crystal street has been overturned. What a terrifying force. Is this the power of an emperor? In the ancient city, the ancient cultivators were all startled. The experts of the heaven and earth emperor's world were indeed terrifying. The power of clouds is so strong. Among the three legends of the mortal world, I vaguely remember that the space-time emperor of the seven emperors' heaven had this kind of power. The Killing Cloud Emperor of the ancient immortal platform also had this kind of power. However, in terms of the purest power of clouds and rain, it should be Baiyun Tiandi of the Seven Emperors' Heaven. At this time a majestic voice spread out. Under countless gazes the fiery clouds in the sky arrived. A fiery red robe stepped on the clouds, appearing in front of everyone's eyes. Princess Firecloud. Seeing the symbol of the fiery clouds, many people cried out in surprise. Another emperor had arrived, and their intuition told them that Princess Firecloud would help Emperor Peerless. Chi. At the same time, under the clouds and rain, a woman in white also appeared. She looked ordinary, but in the rain, this woman had a different kind of beauty. She was Baiyun Tiandi. Chapter 1607. The Emperor of the Hua clan. I've long heard of Baiyun Tiandi's arrogance. Now that I've seen it, it's truly extraordinary, Emperor Peerless said coldly. His confrontation with Baiyun Tiandi did not seem to have an advantage. Princess Huixia also descended from the sky. The scene was in an uproar. Several celestial emperors had descended. Their battle prowess was astonishing. Everyone was excited and looked forward to a fierce battle. You keep calling me a lowly commoner. You said you would kill me. Why am I still alive? At this time a disdainful voice was heard. Many people looked over and saw Lin Ling standing there. His robe was fluttering in the wind. He was fearless. This guy is so bold. He actually made Baiyun Tiandi help him. Many people could see the situation and were shocked. They were surprised by the arrival of the celestial emperors and forgot about the mysterious youth. As for Heavenly Emperor Peerless, his complexion became even uglier. He didn't manage to kill Lin Ling and lost a bit of face. This caused his previous words to be somewhat ironic. I couldn't kill him before, but I can now. Emperor Peerless looked at Princess Huixia and said again. His meaning was obvious. He and Princess Huixia would join hands to kill Lin Ling, is that so? How about I join too? At this time a voice suddenly floated up. The heavenly halberd divided into 9 halberds. They soared in the sky with an unparalleled domineering aura. In the eyes of the crowd, 9 generals of heaven and earth appeared in the sky. They held heavenly halberds in their hands. 9 spirits of heaven. Princess Huixia's face changed slightly. The 9 spirits of heaven were mysterious characters. They did not seem to have the title of celestial emperor. However, in the world of celestial emperors, this short youth's strength was hidden very deeply. It seemed that there was a strong reliance in his bloodline. In a life and death situation, he would soul transform and fight against the celestial emperors. Not many people knew about this matter. However, Princess Huixia was lucky enough to know about it from a celestial emperor. This was because that celestial emperor had tried to take action against the 9 spirits of heaven but failed. Princess Huixia couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. She didn't think that Lin Ling would have such charisma that 2 celestial emperors would fight for him. Sister, it's not like that. At this moment Princess Fire Spirit shouted anxiously. She did not expect this matter to become more and more sensational. Shut up. Father has told you not to be willful and unruly. Look at yourself. Princess Huixia reprimanded. She knew that today's incident was caused by Princess Huiling. I'm not being willful. Princess Fire Spirit instantly lowered her head in grievance. Her large eyes were moist. She wasn't in the wrong. It was Xiao Jun who kept pestering her. That's enough. You saw your sister being molested by others. As her sister, you were indifferent. You didn't even think about protecting her. Now that something has happened, you don't blame others. Instead, you reprimand your sister. Are your eyes a dog's eyes? Seeing Princess Huiling's appearance, Lin Ling's heart was filled with anger. This is my fire tribe's matter. What qualifications do you have to speak? Also, who told you to come to my fire tribe and cause trouble? Lin Ling, don't think that because you're favored by the 7 emperors, I won't dare to do anything to you. Princess Huixia angrily shouted. Lin Ling actually reprimanded her? Lin Ling, it's Lin Ling? The crowd was surprised. Lin Ling's name was quite famous in the mortal realm, especially in Xianhuangdeyu. There weren't many people who didn't know about him because not long ago, Lin Ling had killed 2 of the 5 heavenly kings. So it's Lin Ling from the 7 emperors. No wonder he's so arrogant. Emperor Peerless was also staring at Lin Ling. But he didn't care because in the mortal realm, there were many strong disciples. Lin Ling was just a disciple who had made some achievements. "I'm causing trouble?" said Lin Ling, laughing loudly. His laughter shook the firmament. "Your sister is being molested by others and I came to help her. You say I'm causing trouble? As her sister you can't do that, but I helped you and you say I'm causing trouble? Princess Huixia, you're a cultivator and you can't even protect your own family. What makes you think you're qualified to be Princess Huiling's sister? Let me tell you, even if the champion of Champion University dares to bully the Fire Spirit Princess, I'll still fight him." Boom! The crowd's hearts were pounding. Lin Ling was insane, but many cultivators admired him. He was a real cultivator. He didn't fear the heaven and earth. Many people looked at Princess Huixia disdainfully. Indeed, when Princess Huixia saw her sister being molested by others, she didn't want to help, but now she was speaking up for an outsider. "But I understand why you're doing this. I've heard that you're married to someone from the E clan, so you don't want to offend them. You're a selfish, ugly sister. You're sacrificing your sister for your own future. You even told your sister to be patient when she meets people from the E clan. Haha, if I were Princess Huiling, I'd slap her 3 times. Lin Ling laughed loudly, once more magnanimous. Even if the Celestial the Arch disliked him, he was not afraid. "You." Princess Firecloud's face was cold. Lin Ling's words were true. She had a marriage alliance with the E clan. The other party was an unparalleled genius in the Xianhuang domain. When the two of them were together, they were a match made in heaven. It was also a beautiful story in the human world. That was why she asked the Fire Spirit Princess to endure the E clan. "What about me? For your own future, you've wronged your sister. Only a bitch like you would do that. But if I'm not wrong, your future husband is Emperor Peerless. You're really a snake and a rat from the same nest." Lin Ling laughed again. He scolded Princess Huixia. Haha. Many people couldn't help but laugh. According to Lin Ling's words, Princess Firecloud was indeed very cheap. In order to form a marriage alliance with the E clan, she actually lowered herself. Most importantly, it was fine if she was cheap, but she even made Princess Firecloud lower herself. "I'm going to kill you." Princess Huixia couldn't hold back her killing intent. As for Emperor Peerless, he couldn't hold back his killing intent either. Seeing this, Bai Yuntiandi and the 9 spirits of heaven looked at each other and sneered. They weren't afraid to fight, but they were happy. Lin Ling had said what they didn't dare to say. "Don't tell me you haven't lost enough face in front of the world?" At this time there was a volcano roaring in the distance. The flames of Luding and Lubing were burning like the most ancient divine flames in the world. Obviously, the matter here had attracted the attention of the big shots of the Fire Tribe. Fire Tribe Emperor. Many people began to tremble with fear. What a strong pressure. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Even if he hid the divine flames of the underworld, he found it difficult to breathe at this moment. The flames in his body seemed to be out of control. Obviously, the person who spoke was very strong. His martial arts of fire had reached the power of the laws of heaven and earth. Of course, Lin Ling guessed that in terms of talent the other party was still weaker than him. The reason why he felt pressured was because the other party's cultivation realm was too much higher than his. "You're Lin Ling? What's your purpose here?" At this time a vast voice spoke to Lin Ling. "I have an agreement with Princess Huiling. I'll bring her to the sacred rainforest for a walk." Lin Ling thought for a while and said lightly, "No, what do you think the Fire Tribe is? Do you think you can take away a princess just because you want to?" Chapter 1608. Invited, we can reach an agreement. As long as Princess Huiling goes out with me, I can help the Fire Tribe with one thing. Lin Ling smiled calmly. He was not in awe of the ancient figures in the human world. What a joke. The Fire Tribe has a history of 10,000 years. We can get anything we want. What can a junior like you do for the Fire Tribe? The voice in the sky was filled with disdain. You can't see yourself clearly. Do you think you are one of the 7 emperors? Princess Huixia said with a mocking smile. If it was one of the 7 emperors who said such words, the Hua tribe would hesitate. After all, the 7 emperors were very strong and had many treasures. Maybe the Hua tribe would be interested in some of the treasures. However, Lin Ling was the one who said such words. The surrounding crowd burst into laughter. It was undeniable that Lin Ling dared to take responsibility for his actions. He had the spirit of a warrior. However, he seemed to have overestimated himself. However, Lin Ling did not seem to notice the crowd's laughter. He said faintly, "I can make Princess Huiling's talent reach the heaven rank." Silence. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire world became silent. Talent was innate. Although it could be improved, it was obviously very slow. Many people would not be able to improve their talent even once in their lifetime. However, to be able to improve one's talent by 1 grade was enough to make a warrior excited for his entire life. This was because the increase in one's talent could be exchanged for several times more combat power. Princess Huiling's talent was at the Earth rank and her speed of improvement was very slow. It was difficult to determine if she could reach the heaven rank. However, Lin Ling said that he could do it. What? Princess Huixia's expression changed drastically. She knew what the heaven rank talent meant. At their level, it was even more difficult to improve their talent. As for the heaven rank, it was unimaginable. Even the ancient voice was shocked. This was because he could not do it. What makes you think you can do it? Because of this, Lin Ling walked towards Princess Huiling. Then he patted her back. The ancient flames from the Avalon of 5 elements surged into Princess Huiling's body and formed a mysterious force. It crazily improved Princess Huiling's talent. Rumble. Almost at the same time, the burning clouds appeared. Princess Huiling's nihility devouring flame was getting bigger. Earth rank 8. In the sky, the ancient voice was also shocked. The fire spirit princess's talent wasn't weak. She was Earth rank level 5 at the beginning, and after a few years of improvement she reached Earth rank level 7. According to the Fire Tribe's guess, the Fire Spirit Princess should be able to reach Earth rank level 8 when she was around 15 years old. If this continued, it wouldn't be difficult to reach the heaven rank. Bastard you! Princess Fire Spirit was also pleasantly surprised. She sensed an endless stream of ancient flames surging into her body. These ancient flames did not seem to exist in the present, but only existed 10,000 years ago. The heavens and heaven and earth. Is that enough? Hey. Lin Hua Flame you flame News Nation is. His words were like a silent slap to the face of Princess Firecloud and the Fire Tribe. Aren't you all omnipotent? Hua 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 fire. The sky remained silent. Although they knew that Lin Ling was mocking the fire race couldn't care less. Lin Ling could increase the talent of the fire race. This was the fire race's lucky star. In just the time it takes to burn an incense stick to burn, I'm currently at Earth rank 8. If I also improve, then I'll be even closer to heaven rank. Even Princess Huixia was excited. She looked at Lin Ling with a burning gaze. She subconsciously opened her mouth and said, "If it's my talent, can you also improve it?" It was common knowledge that the younger one was, the better it would be to improve one's talent. The older one was, the harder it would be to improve. Aren't you mocking me? Lin Ling didn't answer and simply said, "This." Princess Firecloud was once again slapped by Lin Ling. Before she was laughing so loudly, but now she was humbly asking Lin Ling, "How ironic was this situation? I was wrong before, I shouldn't have looked down on you." Princess Firecloud clenched her teeth and quickly apologized. "Princess Firecloud, aren't you a heavenly emperor? Isn't your fire tribe omnipotent? Now you're apologizing?" Lin Ling's mocking laughter was even more intense. However, he still said, "Although you're older, it's not difficult for you to improve to heaven rank." Boom! As soon as these words fell, Princess Firecloud's body trembled. It was as if she had stepped into Xiandi's world, because if her talent was improved, then she could be titled as a heavenly emperor. Why are you so excited? Did I say that I would help you? I'm not interested in bitches. However, Lin Ling sneered again. He was clearly telling Princess Firecloud that he had the chips to make her stronger, but he wouldn't help her. Hearing this, Princess Firecloud was angry, but there was nothing she could do. "Alright, I can promise you that I'll let Princess Fire Spirit go with you. However, you have to help improve the talent of the Fire Tribe." At this time, the voice in the sky became more polite. "Alright." Before Lin Ling came here, He had already thought about it. If he could let Princess Fire Spirit go with him, improving her talent was the only thing he could do. Then, little friend, please come to my fire tribe. My fire tribe will treat you with respect. Pass down the order to treat the guest with hospitality. In the sky, the majestic voice sounded again. I'm so envious. The fire tribe is an ancient race that has existed for thousands of years. Even the 5 heavenly kings have to be humble when they come here. However, Lin Ling is treated like an important guest, and the whole tribe treats him well. For the fire tribe, Lin Ling is their lucky star. If Lin Ling goes to other places, he won't be treated like this. The crowd discussed spiritedly. They didn't expect that Lin Ling would be treated as an important guest after making a scene in the fire tribe today. As for Emperor Peerless, his face was distorted. How did things turn out like this? At this moment, even if he wanted to kill Lin Ling, he didn't dare to do it rashly. After that, Lin Ling and the others walked towards the fire tribe. Scoundrel, you are still the best. Father is the most serious. You are the first guest that he has welcomed. On the way, Princess Fire Spirit said excitedly. She was extremely naive and lively. Bai Yuntiandi and the others followed Lin Ling. They were also surprised that Lin Ling was treated with respect by the fire tribe. One had to know that the fire tribe was one of the highest deacons in the human world. Not many people in the human world could make them bow their heads. This guy is not strong, but he has so many secrets. Bai Yuntiandi's eyes flashed. Lin Ling could stimulate her talent, but she didn't expect that he could also improve the talent of a fire element warrior. What was Lin Ling hiding? Everyone walked all the way, as if they had come to a world of purgatory. In the ancient mountains, all kinds of colorful flames were blooming, and what was surprising was that it was not hot here. Instead, it felt cool, as expected of the race with the strongest understanding of fire in the world. There were a large number of totems around the mountains. There were ancient ones that drilled wood to make fire, mythical ones that chased the sun to find fire, and so on. It could be seen that the fire tribe's history was indeed very ancient. Lin Ling smiled and walked forward with Princess Fire Spirit. They passed by a tall rock mountain. Lin Ling suddenly stopped and stared at it curiously. What is that place? Chapter 1609. Talk I don't know. It's a forbidden area of the Fire Clan. According to legends, the ancestor of the Fire Clan is there, but we've never seen it, said the princess of the Fire Clan. Lin Ling was disappointed. He had the feeling that the forbidden area of the Fire Clan was hiding some secrets of the human world. Huiling, don't talk about the secrets of the Fire Clan, said Princess Huixia at that moment. The princess of the Fire Clan stuck her tongue out and didn't dare say anything. I'm talking to the princess of the Fire Clan. It's none of your business. If you don't like it, piss off. Lin Ling didn't like Princess Huixia. She was snobbish and always bullied the princess of the Fire Clan because she was young. Princess Huixia had been a proud girl of Champion University ever since she had become a celestial great emperor. She had never been humiliated like that before. But when she thought about how useful Lin Ling was, she controlled herself. I've heard about you, Princess Huixia. You're like the Empress of Fire. It seems like you're not as famous as you seem. White Cloud Heavenly Emperor, who had been silent all this time, laughed. Her strength was on par with Princess Huixia. Seeing Princess Huixia suffer, she felt extremely satisfied. Hurry up, my father is waiting for us, said Princess Huixia. She pulled a long face and walked away. After a long time they arrived at a valley. There were also flames here, but the temperature was extremely cool. A large number of people from the Fire Tribe were already waiting there. They were wearing the style of the Fire Tribe, but they were all extremely strong. Each and every one of them was an outstanding cultivator of the fire element. A tall and sturdy man was standing in front of them. He was about 40 years old and had a square face. He didn't look angry. His long hair was fluttering in the wind. That was the Emperor of the Fire Clan. He was one of the 3 greatest legends of the human world. That guy is extremely strong. Lin Ling was shocked. Even with his current strength, he couldn't see through the man. This was the strongest person Lin Ling had seen so far. Bai Yuntiandi and the others also looked a little serious. Was this the strength of the mortal realm's giants? Haha, I've long heard of little friend Linling's fame. Now that I've seen you today, you're truly a peerless talent. You really didn't disappoint. After seeing Linling, the Fire Tribe monarch laughed out loud. His voice was heroic and gave people a feeling that he was very straightforward. With this sentence, Linling's impression of him had improved by quite a bit. Men, welcome the important guests. The king of the Fire Tribe obviously valued Linling a lot. He waved his hand. Bang bang bang. In the valley the fire drum sounded. With each beat the earth shook and flames blossomed. In the sky flames and fireworks rose into the air, forming beautiful and brilliant flowers. The fire race hasn't treated a guest like this for a long time. Linling, you're the first young man to do so, said Princess Huixia with a smile. She and Linling seemed to have gotten to know each other through fighting. Their previous conflicts and grudges seemed to have disappeared. Linling smiled and didn't say much. He was very clear that the so-called attention meant that he was still useful. Otherwise, he wouldn't be greeted with courtesy today. Greetings, senior of the Fire Tribe. However, Linling still knew how to act. Since the other party treated him with courtesy, Linling naturally wouldn't put on airs. Haha, heroes come from the young. Come take a seat, said the Fire Tribe monarch with a smile. Then, he led the others to the square in the valley. There were already good wine and spirit fruits. Linling and the others sat down. After a few conversations, the Fire Tribe monarch's generosity left a good impression on them. Here are some Fire Emperor fruits. They are a specialty of the Fire Tribe. 1 fruit every 100 years. Now I'll give them to you, said the Fire Tribe monarch. Linling and the others accepted the treasures with a smile. Especially Linling. He sensed that the treasures contained the fire origin qi. It would be helpful for his cultivation. Huiling, you've made a good friend. There are many talented people in this world. There are actually people who are more powerful than us in the Fire Martial Dao, said the Fire Tribe monarch to Princess Huiling with a smile. Haha, that's for sure. Don't you know who I am? Princess Huiling was as innocent as ever. At this moment she seemed to be happier than Linling. The Fire Tribe monarch looked at Princess Huiling with affection. Then he looked at Linling deep in his eyes. Linling's talent wasn't high. He seemed to be only at the 10th level of the profound realm. It was just that his body was strong. He couldn't understand where he got the ability to increase the talent of a fire martial artist. Of course, although he was curious, he wouldn't be stupid enough to ask. He was like an elder, giving people a comfortable feeling. Moreover, he had a bold personality. In just a few words, everyone became familiar with him. My Fire Tribe is a good place for cultivation. If you want to do me the honor, you can stay here for a few more days, said the Fire Tribe monarch after a long while. He didn't mention a word about Linling's ability to increase talent. Linling and the others replied politely. They also planned to stay here for a few more days. After all, not everyone could come to the Fire Tribe. It was night. Stars dotted the sky. The world was quiet. Father. In a quiet room in the valley, Princess Huixia stood outside the door and said softly, "Oh, it's Huixia. Come in." A deep voice came from inside the room. Then the door opened. The room was extremely hot. There were flames dancing in the room. Greetings, Father. Princess Huixia immediately bowed. The Fire Tribe monarch was sitting cross-legged. There were flames of various colors on his body. It was as if he controlled the flames of heaven and earth. He opened his eyes and said with a smile, "How is this Linling? This person is very arrogant. However, I didn't expect him to have the ability to increase talent." Princess Huixia said bluntly. Then she pondered for a moment. Father, Princess Huiling is still young. She can increase her talent slowly. However, I'm about to compete for the title of CND. I just need to increase my talent. Why don't I let Linling increase my talent? This Linling came for Princess Huiling. You snatched her opportunity. I'm afraid that little girl is not willing to accept it, said the Fire Tribe monarch with a frown. Hey, I'm her elder sister. Logically speaking, the benefits should be obtained by my elder sister first. Furthermore, although the Fire Spirit Princess is my younger sister, she is formed from the essence of the fire of heaven and earth. To be honest, her blood relationship with me is not very strong. Princess Huixia flicked the black hair on her forehead. She was reminding the Fire Tribe monarch that she was her father's blood. The Fire Tribe monarch frowned. Although Princess Huixia's words were like that, he still treated her equally. Moreover, father, aren't you curious about Linling's ability? Princess Huixia said again. This sentence moved the Fire Tribe monarch. One must know that the Fire Tribe controlled the flames of heaven and earth. There was no flame that they didn't know. However, Linling had this ability. It would be strange if they weren't curious. Moreover, what if they could obtain that ability? Chapter 16:10. The Emperor of the Human Clan's proposal. Princess Huixia smiled and said, Princess Huiling is young. Even if Linling has a special ability, she can't find out. Besides, Huiling and Linling have a good relationship. She'll help Linling. But I'm different. At least I'll be fair. Therefore, I can find out why Linling has such a special ability. Alright. If it doesn't belong to him, we can use the name of the Fire Clan to steal it. After all, the Fire Clan is the strongest clan in the world. Alright, you're right. Alright. The Emperor of the Fire Clan nodded. He had too many things to consider, not personal grudges but the entire clan. But why are you so sure that Linling will help you? I don't think Linling has a good impression of you, asked the Emperor of the Fire Clan. Marriage alliance. If he helps me increase my natural talent, I'll marry him as his wife, and this is an advantage for him because I'm a titled Celestial Emperor. On top of that, I have the power to topple cities so he won't refuse, and will even feel overwhelmed by the favor, said Princess Huixia confidently. Of course that was normal. Princess Huixia had many suitors in Champion University. That's unfair to you, said Princess Huixia. The Emperor of the Fire Clan shook his head. Linling was only good at that kind of ability. His own talent and strength were not good enough for the Emperor of the Fire Clan. The best match for Princess Huixia was still the peerless Sky Emperor. If Linling's ability is incredible, it won't be unfair. After all, he can improve the talent of the Fire Clan, said Princess Huixia. Princess Huixia smiled and shook her head. She didn't feel wronged. You're right. If you marry him, you can tie him up and make him work for the Fire Clan. Alright, I'll talk to him tomorrow. I'm sure he won't refuse, said Princess Huixia, said the Emperor of the Fire Clan, nodding. Princess Huixia bowed and left. The Fire Race monarch sat down cross-legged again. He was curious about Linling's ability. Unfortunately, such an ability should only appear in the Fire Race and not in the body of an ordinary young man. Even if this young man was famous in the mortal world, in the eyes of the Fire Race monarch, this young man was only a SOS. The heavens are indeed unfair. Such an ability appeared in his body. What a waste. The night passed quietly. Linling was sitting cross-legged in the valley of the Fire Race. There were fireflies around Linling, floating into Linling's body, making him feel very relaxed. The Fire Race was indeed an ancient race. Cultivating here was twice the result with half the effort. The body of the Fiend God Overlord is improving rapidly. It seems like I'll be able to make a breakthrough in the next few days. Linling's heart was filled with excitement. His cultivation this time could be said to have improved by leaps and bounds. The 6th level of the Celestial Devil Overlord physique, wind movement and lightning strike, allowed Linling to possess the power of 12 universes. Furthermore, he had countless avatars. The Ancient God Overlord physique took form, and he was one step closer to Ancient God descent. And with the improvement of his physical body, he could use more of the Yellow Springs flame. Of course, such rapid improvement was mainly due to the half-saint's essence from the symbol ancestor. After all, there were a total of 1,000 drops. It was a huge sum of money anywhere. When I reach the 6th level, my innate immortal physique will be Earth Grade 10. Linling opened his eyes. Flames were burning in his eyes. Currently, he was the #1 Eastern supremacy in Xianpeng Province. However, compared to the 3 great legends of the mortal world, his strength was still insignificant. Without mentioning others, Baiyun Tiandi was much stronger than him. As for the 9 spirits of heaven, their strength was on par with Linling. However, they had hidden trump cards that Linling did not know about. Therefore they were also very powerful. Of course, Lin Ling had also hidden his trump cards. If he were to face a late Saint Rudiment realm expert head-on, he would not be afraid. Lin Ling, are you there? The morning air was extremely fresh. At this moment, a polite voice came from outside the house. Lin Ling's eyes flickered and he pushed the door open. There were 3 figures standing outside the house. They were the Fire Clan Emperor and the Fire Spirit Princess. The 3 of them looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Especially the Fire Spirit Princess. Her smile was extremely cute. Lin Ling could not help but want to hug her. How do you feel in my Fire Clan? The Fire Clan Emperor said warmly. Senior treats me like an important guest and feels at home. This junior is overwhelmed by Senior's favor. Lin Ling said with a bow. That's good. I was afraid that you would not be used to it. The Fire Clan Emperor nodded with satisfaction. He waved his right hand and asked someone to set up a table and chairs. The few of them sat down outside the house and were served with good wine and spirit fruits. Lin Ling, yesterday I saw that you were not afraid of the Emperor Peerless of the Yi clan. This courage is really rare. The Fire Clan Emperor drank his wine and said with a smile. Princess Firecloud seemed to have a good relationship with Lin Ling. She smiled and said, Father Emperor, he is just like this. The tougher the person he meets, the tougher he becomes. He is simply not afraid of the heavens or the earth. However, I admire this temperament of his. When a martial artist goes against the will of the heavens, they sometimes rely on this kind of courage to move forward. Her words surprised Lin Ling because he could clearly hear that Princess Firecloud seemed to be trying to curry favor with him. Her tone was not like that of a friend but more like that of a lover. He is just a boorish man. Lin Ling said with a modest smile. For the sake of the Fire Clan Emperor, he did not refute Princess Firecloud's words. He had his own principles. He would treat others the way they treated him. Although he did not like Princess Firecloud, the other party treated him with respect. Naturally, he would not be calculative. The situation at that time was not that I was arrogant, but I could not bear to see Princess Firecloud being humiliated. Moreover, although Emperor Peerless is strong, if we really fought, it was not certain who would win. Lin Ling said with half-truth. He naturally knew that arrogance without strength was called overestimating one's strength. Since he dared to not fear Emperor Peerless, he must have some confidence in himself. Oh! The Fire Clan Emperor and Princess Firecloud's eyes lit up. Lin Ling was so confident? Of course, they were all too familiar with Lin Ling's talent, so they thought he was just trying to show off. Lin Ling's talent was at the 10th level of the Mystic class, and his cultivation was at the 4th level of the Saint realm. His martial arts comprehension wasn't bad, but he wasn't a match for Celestial Emperor Peerless. If it wasn't for Celestial Emperor Peerless underestimating Lin Ling would have suffered a lot already. I believe in Batty. Princess Firecloud was eating an apple as she raised her small hand. Even though she wasn't old, she was extremely convinced by Lin Ling. Because she knew that Lin Ling had returned from the Ocean of Anarchy, so he surely possessed unknown secrets. Let's not talk about this. Lin Ling, I have a suggestion, but I don't know if I should say it. The Fire Clan Emperor raised his wine cup and clinked it with Lin Ling's. He said in an amiable manner, Senior, please speak your mind. The other party was a big shot of the human world. His strength was many times stronger than the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. Since he respected Lin Ling so much, Lin Ling would naturally respect him. You can increase your talent, but I hope you can help my Firecloud increase her talent, and let her reach heaven rank as soon as possible. How about it? The Fire Clan Emperor pondered for a moment and looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Chapter 1611. Improving Princess Huaxia's talent. Hualing, you are still young and have great potential. You can improve slowly, but your sister is about to compete for the title of Xiandi. This is the most important thing, so you must learn to be patient. The Emperor of Fire Tribe said indifferently. His tone was reprimanding. Hualing, you are not a child anymore. You must be sensible. Do you remember the inheritance of our Fire Tribe? There is a totem called Kongrong Giving Pair. That story teaches us to be courteous. Yes, Princess Huaxia said with an indifferent voice. I know. Yes. Princess Huaxia lowered her head, but she still felt wronged. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. He could see that although Princess Huaxia was willful and unruly, she was very obedient in the fire tribe. No wonder she was often bullied by Princess Huaxia. And now, Princess Huaxia was using her sister's name to take advantage of Princess Huaxia. However, Lin Ling did not mind, because he could also help Princess Huaxia improve her talent. He immediately comforted Princess Huaxia, making her nod with a smile. Moreover, I see that Lin Ling is also a dragon among men. Xianpeng Province's #1 East Venerable, and also the 7 Emperors Heavens titled Heavenly Emperor. Your future is bright. Today, I will be the matchmaker and let you marry Princess Huaxia. I wonder if you will dislike me, Lin Ling? The Emperor of Fire Tribe laughed again. Princess Huaxia also laughed, but there was a hint of shyness in her smile. Lin Ling and Princess Huaxia's eyes narrowed. They did not expect the Emperor of Fire Tribe to make such a request. Could it be that Lin Ling dislikes me, Princess Huaxia? Or do you think that my Fire Tribe is not worthy of you? The Emperor of Fire Tribe frowned, making Lin Ling smile bitterly. He wanted to refuse, but that would make the Emperor of Fire Tribe lose face. Because if he refused, it would mean that Lin Ling disliked Princess Huaxia. Let's talk about this later. I can help Princess Huaxia improve her talent first. However, the Emperor of Fire Tribe should not refuse Princess Huaxia's promise. Lin Ling did not agree or refuse, but he did not mention his purpose of coming. Sure. The Emperor of Fire Tribe nodded. He thought Lin Ling. As for the promise with Princess Huaxia, it was not a big deal. Princess Huaxia. Princess Huaxia. Princess Huaxia. Huaxia, Huaxia, Prince. But to Huaxia to Hua to Huaxia, Huaxia, Princess Huaxia, Lin it Lin to Huaxia's Huaxia to Huaxia to Huaxia, Huaxia. Hua. Hua Hua. Hua 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 to Hua Hua Hua. Hua 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 Hua. The Emperor of the Fire Clan was clearly in a good mood. After drinking a few more mouthfuls of wine, he left with a hearty laugh. Princess Huaxia also followed him. However, there was a hint of shyness on her face, which was extremely attractive. Your father is quite hospitable. After the two left, Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. Scoundrel, do you want to marry my sister? Didn't you say you were going to be my husband? You lied to me. Princess Huaxia whispered with her head lowered. It was as if her favorite toy had been snatched away by someone else. Most importantly, the person who snatched it away was her sister. This made her feel even more wronged. Silly girl, did I promise your father? If I refused your father's proposal, it would be embarrassing for him. Lin Ling looked at the wrong little girl and could not help but laugh. Princess Huaxia raised her head and her big eyes twinkled. First, I will help your sister improve her talent and fulfill the promise. After that, I will take you away and never come back. Lin Ling said. Aha, so that's what you think. You are so bad. Princess Huaxia was very happy. In the afternoon, Princess Huaxia brought Lin Ling to find Princess Huaxia. Along the way, the people of Fire Tribe were discussing. I heard that he is the new son-in-law. No way. Princess Huaxia, you two and Emperor Peerless are married. What is Emperor Peerless? Lin Ling is the best son-in-law of our Fire Tribe because he can improve the talent of fire element warriors. How can Emperor Peerless compare to him? Indeed, but Lin Ling is handsome and has extraordinary potential. He is a match made in heaven with Princess Huaxia. No one knew when the news had spread. Many people of the Fire Tribe were looking at Lin Ling respectfully as if he was Princess Huaxia's husband. Lin Ling frowned. He did not expect the Emperor of Fire Tribe to take this matter seriously. It must be my sister who said it. Ever since we were young, my sister always wanted to snatch things from me. It is the same now. The Fire Tribe must have thought that Huado can improve the talent of the Fire Tribe. So they want Huado to stay here and improve the talent of the Fire Tribe. Princess Huaxiayuta said whatever came to her mind. In fact, this was indeed the case. Lin Ling's origin and talent did not enter the eyes of the Fire Tribe. Only his ability to improve the talent of the fire element was what they valued. Thinking about it, if Lin Ling could improve the talent of the Fire Tribe, then wouldn't the Fire Tribe become more and more powerful? Huado is not an item. He is a person. He is not for you to improve your talent. Princess Huaxiayuta whispered. Lin Ling touched Princess Huaxiayuta's head. He did not care too much because he did not plan to marry Princess Huaxiaoyu. The most important thing now was to take Princess Huaxiaoyu away. Bai Yuntiandi and the others also heard the news. They were silent about it, but there was some conflict in their hearts because the fire tribe had changed too much. After a long time, Lin Ling finally arrived at Princess Huaxiaoyu's room. The room was simple and there was a faint fragrance of a woman. The fire tribe emperor and Princess Huaxiaoyu had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Lin Ling, they were full of anticipation. Little friend Lin Ling, this is my fire tribe's 10,000-year inheritance, the 9 Dragons Jade exhibition. It is absolutely helpful for cultivation. It will be twice the result with half the effort. At this time, the fire tribe emperor gave Lin Ling a jade pot with 9 dragons coiled around it. This jade pot had an ancient aura. As long as water was poured into the pot, it would automatically turn into spiritual energy. It was extremely rare. Lin Ling looked at the jade pot and immediately discovered that the 9 dragons coiling around the pot were in fact real dragons. However, they were dead young dragons that had been cruelly refined into a treasure. Its grade had reached the level of a divine weapon. Senior, this item is too precious. Lin Ling lightly said. Haha, just treat it as my fire tribe's dowry, said the emperor of the fire clan, smiling. Lin Ling nodded and didn't say anything else. After he left the fire clan, he would return the treasure. Princess Huaxia, sit cross-legged and calm your heart like water. After that, Lin Ling said to Princess Huaxia. Princess Huaxiaoyu was excited. Was it going to start? Princess Huaxiaoyu quickly sat down cross-legged. Lin Ling came behind her and gently touched her back. An endless stream of flames flowed into Princess Huaxiaoyu's body. These flames came from the Avalon of 5 elements. They were flames that had existed for 10,000 years. They were one of the most mysterious forces in the world. Unfortunately, Lin Ling could not control these flames at the moment. He could only use them to improve the talent of others. Chapter 16:12. First grade heaven rank, Lu Bing heavenly flames. Heaven and earth warriors have different talents, also known as the tree of talents. The fruits at the bottom of the tree have ordinary talents, while the fruits at the top of the tree are much more noble. As for the fruits at the top of the tree, they are the rarest because they enjoy the essence of heaven and earth. However, the fruits of talents are not immutable. Although they can absorb the essence of heaven and earth, they can be replenished by the essence of heaven and earth. Lin Ling said indifferently. The mysterious flame in Princess Firecloud's body actually merged with her talent and slowly increased. Princess Firecloud closed her eyes slightly, but she was excited. Don't be emotional, relax. At this time, Lin Ling lightly shouted, causing Princess Firecloud to quickly regain her composure. Following which, her talent continued to increase. Amazing, she actually reached Earth Rank 8, and is moving towards Earth Rank 9. Princess Fire Spirit said in surprise, but she was also happy for her sister. On the other hand, the Fire Emperor's face was solemn. After witnessing Lin Ling's ability with his own eyes, he knew how mysterious this junior was. It seemed that his decision to let Lin Ling and Princess Firecloud be together was the right decision. With Lin Ling's ability, he could only serve the Fire Tribe. Otherwise, it would be a waste. It increased again, reaching Earth Rank 9. At this time, Princess Fire Spirit said in surprise. If one's talent increased by 1 grade, the help it brought would be as much as 30%. Work harder. Raise Princess Firecloud's talent to heaven rank. The Fire Emperor said excitedly. Lin Ling frowned. He sensed that there was not much flame left in his body from the Avalon of 5 elements. He did not expect the Fire Emperor to be so greedy. However, Lin Ling did not care because these flames were wasted. In the future, Lin Ling could absorb them back from the Avalon of 5 elements. Rumble. At this moment, Princess Firecloud's face was filled with pain. Obviously, the process of increasing her talent was not easy. In the past, Lin Ling forcefully increased the talent of the Divine Map King, causing the latter to explode and die. Therefore, he could not bite off more than he could chew. Fortunately, Princess Firecloud's ability was stronger, and her endurance was greater. As for increasing the talent of heaven rank, Lin Ling was under a lot of pressure. His forehead was covered in sweat. The mysterious flame in Princess Firecloud's firecloud was greedily absorbing it. Rumble! The voice rang out again. Divine fire began to appear around Princess Firecloud's body. Luding Lubing flame. The Emperor of the Fire Tribe smiled happily. This was the inherited flame of the Fire Tribe. Princess Firecloud and Princess Fire Spirit's flames were different. The latter was born from heaven and earth. From a certain point of view, Princess Fire Spirit's talent was more powerful than Princess Firecloud's. But now the gap was slowly shrinking. Boom! As the last sound rang out, Lin Ling was sent flying by the powerful impact and smashed into the wall. However, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, I didn't fail you. I finally succeeded. As soon as she finished speaking, Princess Firecloud's body exploded with a terrifying flame aura. The whole room exploded and flames filled the sky. At this moment, other than the Fire Tribe Emperor, everyone else sensed how terrifying the flames were. Even the Fire Spirit Princess felt the heat and found it hard to resist. On the surface, Lin Ling looked like he was having a hard time resisting, but in his soul, the Yellow Springs flame was roaring. This caused the pressure to not affect him at all. First grade heaven rank Luding Lubing heavenly flame. At the same time, Princess Firecloud stood up in high spirits. She could not help but smile excitedly. It was as if she could see herself being titled as CND. Congratulations. Congratulations. Princess Firecloud has reached the heaven rank. Heaven rank, that's the highest level of immortal body. Every grade of immortal body increases one's strength by several times. Great, great. Through Princess Firecloud's efforts, our Fire Tribe has given birth to another Empress. The entire Fire Tribe was cheering. At this moment, Lin Ling was ignored by everyone. Everyone was happy for Princess Firecloud. After a long time, Princess Firecloud finally retracted all the flames. She seemed to have the strength to control the world. Every word of hers was domineering. Lin Ling, thank you. She looked at Lin Ling and said, no need, this is what you deserve. Lin Ling shook his head. The agreement with the Fire Tribe was finally fulfilled. Lin Ling, go and rest. This matter has been hard on you. The Fire Tribe Emperor bowed to Lin Ling. He was even more polite to Lin Ling because he had personally witnessed Lin Ling's miraculous abilities. Therefore, Lin Ling was their Fire Tribe's lucky star. Lin Ling nodded. At this moment he was also a little tired, so he bid farewell and left. The Fire Spirit Princess happily followed him. Firecloud, how do you feel? After Lin Ling left, the Fire Tribe Emperor looked at Princess Firecloud expectantly. Lin Ling's body has ancient flames. Those flames may have come from 10,000 years ago. It was with these flames that my talent was stimulated and I reached the heaven rank, Luding Lubing heavenly flame. This Lin Ling is really mysterious. If it wasn't for him, I'm afraid it would take me 100 years to reach the heaven rank. Princess Firecloud's long hair fluttered in the wind. She was like a fire empress, extremely elegant. Then, how is his ability? The Fire Tribe Emperor was even more expectant. But speaking of this, Princess Firecloud frowned. When he was helping me to improve my talent, I sensed that there was an ancient flame in his body. But now it has been absorbed by me. Without those ancient flames, he seems to have become very ordinary. What? The Fire Tribe Emperor's face changed. He was disappointed. I guessed that he might have had a fortuitous encounter, so he swallowed the 10,000-year flame and used it to improve the talent of others. Unfortunately, in order to improve my talent, his ability is no longer there. Princess Firecloud shook her head and said with disappointment, his current cultivation is too weak, so he can't control those flames. Otherwise, those flames wouldn't belong to me and would be refined by him in the future. So you have seized his flames and reached the heaven rank, but he has become an ordinary disciple of the human realm. The Fire Tribe Emperor frowned. That's right. Princess Firecloud nodded with disdain on her face. I thought he had some mysterious power, but I was disappointed. He only relied on those ancient flames. What's the use of someone who can't help our Fire Tribe? The Fire Tribe Emperor's face was filled with anger. His square face also regained its dignity. He had high expectations for Lin Ling. He hoped that Lin Ling could continue to improve the Fire Tribe's talent. But who would have thought that Lin Ling was so useless? His ability could only be used once. In this way, he felt that he had been deceived by Lin Ling, because he, the Fire Tribe Emperor, had put down his face and treated Lin Ling with respect. But Lin Ling was too useless. No matter what, he is still useful. At least my talent has reached the heaven rank. Princess Firecloud was also disdainful of Lin Ling, but she was still very excited. Heaven rank, this might be Lin Ling's only use. Unfortunately, she didn't know that although the ancient flames in Lin Ling's body had been absorbed by her, Lin Ling's most terrifying part was the yellow spring flame. Those ancient flames could still be absorbed by Lin Ling. She didn't know that Lin Ling actually had a god rank flame. Chapter 1613. Useless people should be abandoned. Your Majesty, the people from the E-race request an audience. At this time, someone in the distance said respectfully, "It seems that Emperor Peerless knows that your talent has reached the heaven stage." The E-race received the news quickly. The Emperor of the Fire Tribe muttered to himself and then looked at Princess Huixia. "Oh right, what about your marriage with Lin Ling? Cancel it. If Lin Ling has the ability to increase his talent, I will marry him. Lin Ling will also work for the Fire Tribe for the rest of his life. But Lin Ling is useless, how can I marry him?" Princess Huixia shook her head, her eyes cold. After reaching the heaven stage, she felt that Lin Ling was trash and could not be compared to her at all. She had completely forgotten whose help she was able to reach heaven's stage. Yes, the E-race is also one of the deacons of earthly paradise. And Emperor Peerless has a bright future. He is indeed much better than Lin Ling. Huixia. You and Xiao Wushuang are more compatible. The Emperor of the Fire Tribe nodded. Xiao Wushuang and I have gone out to train many times. We have some feelings for each other. He is indeed more compatible than Lin Ling. Princess Huixia sighed and nodded in agreement. Then she said, "Then how should we deal with Lin Ling? What's the use of keeping a useless person? And he dared to trick me. Then kill him." The Emperor of the Fire Tribe's eyes turned cold. He was still angry at Lin Ling because Lin Ling had deceived him. But father and Lin Ling have an agreement. If Lin Ling helps me increase my talent, he can take the Fire Spirit Princess away. Princess Huixia said calmly, "What qualifications does he have to take the Fire Spirit Princess away?" The Fire Spirit Princess was left behind by the ancestors. Although she is not of my bloodline, she is of the Fire Tribe. The Emperor of the Fire Tribe shook his head. Obviously, he had gone back on his words. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't know any of this. He had returned to his residence, and Bai Yuntiandi and the others were also there. They were surprised to see Lin Ling. "Your ability is indeed abnormal. You actually raised Princess Firecloud to heaven rank." The 9 spirits of heaven said with admiration. He knew what the heaven rank represented. It wouldn't take long for such a person to reach Xiandi's level. "You raised her talent. Did you give those ancient flames to her?" Bai Yuntiandi said with some jealousy. Then she saw Lin Ling nodding with a smile. Her face immediately turned ugly. This Princess Rosie was really greedy. She shook her head and said, "The capital that you rely on belongs to her. After that, you have nothing." Lin Ling was startled. Are you speaking up for me? Bastard, I'm not feeling indignant for you. I just can't stand Firecloud Celestial Emperor becoming stronger." Bai Yuntiandi was stunned for a moment. Then she immediately shouted angrily. Seeing Bai Yuntiandi's angry expression, Lin Ling touched his nose and said confidently, "I can make her stronger. Naturally, I can make others stronger. The ancient flames that I lost, I can absorb them again. So it's not a big deal." Sigh. Bai Yuntiandi's beautiful eyes narrowed. She thought that those ancient flames were unique, but who knew that Lin Ling could absorb them back? This meant that Lin Ling was hiding an existence that surpassed the ancient flames. And to be able to cultivate a heaven-rank talent so casually, could it be that Lin Ling had a god-rank flame? Her heart rumbled. God-rank flame. If she guessed according to this, Lin Ling's potential was even more terrifying than Princess Firecloud's, and 1,000 times more terrifying? "Lin Ling, are you here?" At this time, several figures walked into the small courtyard. The leading old man looked indifferently at Lin Ling. However, his question was obviously asking the obvious. Because Lin Ling was right in front of him, yet he asked if Lin Ling was here. Lin Ling and the others frowned. The old man was an elder of the Hua tribe. He was not weak, having reached the 8th layer of the Saint Realm. A few days ago, this elder had given them a good impression, treating them sincerely and courteously. But now his attitude seemed to be a little arrogant. What was going on? Lin Ling is right in front of you, yet you ask if he's here. Isn't this a little too useless? Lin Ling did not speak, but the 9 spirits of heaven spoke first. Who allowed you to speak? The old man coldly retorted, then looked at Lin Ling and said, hand over the 9 dragons jade exhibit. How can you possess such a thing? 9 dragons jade exhibit? Lin Ling frowned. May I ask, did the emperor of the Hua tribe ask me for this 9 dragons jade exhibit? Or did you ask me for it? The old man's attitude was obviously different from a few days ago. Coupled with his overbearing and rude attitude, Lin Ling faintly sensed something. Could it be that the Hua tribe wanted to burn the bridge after crossing the river? Just hand it over. What's the point of talking nonsense? The old man reprimanded again, his tone extremely dignified. Bai Yuntiandi and the others' faces changed dramatically. They also noticed the change in the Hua tribe's attitude, which gave them a bad premonition. Xinpeng Province's Dongzun. Do you really think you're something? Let me tell you, our Hua tribe is the deacon of the heavenly earth in the mortal world. A mere Dongzun is not qualified to be arrogant. Beside the old man, a young man shouted coldly. They had received orders not to give face to Lin Ling, and should do what they were supposed to do. Quang. Lin Ling did not say anything more. With a wave of his right hand, the 9 dragons jade exhibit appeared and he threw it on the ground. If you want it, pick it up yourself. How dare you throw the 9 dragons jade exhibit? The old man and the others obviously did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant as to throw a treasure on the ground. This made their faces turn cold. This was just handed to me by the emperor of the Hua tribe, but now he wants to take it back. Not only that, but he's also so arrogant. I want to ask the emperor of the Hua tribe what he's planning. You don't have to pick it up, but let the emperor of the Hua tribe take it back. I'll ask him. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He was not a fool. He guessed that something must have happened since the other party's attitude suddenly changed. The Hua tribe's people were furious. However, thinking of the emperor of the Hua tribe's warning, they suppressed their anger, picked up the 9 dragons jade exhibit on the ground, snorted and left. A toad wants to eat swan meat. You want the emperor of the Hua tribe to come personally and marry Princess Huaxia. You don't know what you're doing. The old man left behind a disdainful sentence when he left. Too much. What do you think we are? Beggars? A few days ago, the emperor of the Hua tribe personally treated us with respect. Who would have thought that his attitude would change today? The 9 spirits of heaven frowned. Their hearts were filled with anger. It seems like Lin Ling, your usefulness has been exhausted. So the Hua tribe has begun to forget your kindness. Bai Yuntiandi pondered for a moment. The other party's attitude changed too suddenly. So she guessed the reason. The 9 spirits of heaven and Little Flame's expression changed. Faintly, they also guessed the reason. Could it be that they think that Lin Ling can no longer improve his talent, so they abandon Lin Ling? Isn't this too snobbish? You should know that Princess Rosie Dawn's talent has improved because of Lin Ling. Ugly face. A few days ago he was polite and courteous. Today he turned his back on us. Ungrateful. Chapter 1614. Ingrate. I'll go and ask the emperor of the Fire Clan if he's that materialistic. This was the first time the White Cloud Celestial Emperor had been treated like this. She was a straightforward person, so she strode out of the courtyard. It's useless even if you go, said Lin Ling coldly. Since he's decided even if you go, you'll just be humiliated. He'll say that we're trying to curry favor with the Fire Clan. Besides, this place has been sealed. The strong cultivators of the Fire Clan are watching. What? Shouted the 9 spirits of heaven furiously. Too much. Too much. Lin Ling had helped Princess Huaxia, but now nobody treated him with respect. On the contrary, because Lin Ling's ancient fire had disappeared, the Fire Clan had abandoned Lin Ling. They looked down on Lin Ling. Humph. Who do you think you are? Princess Huaxia agreed to marry you, and you want to become the second king of the Fire Clan? Who do you think you are? Asked Huixia. Huixia was furious. Now Princess Huixia's talent has increased. Do you think you're worthy of her? I don't understand. You're shameless enough to ask for her hand in marriage. We can tell you that the Emperor of the Fire Clan can't stand your greed. That's why he rejected you. At that moment, many people were shouting outside the courtyard. The members of the Fire Clan were cursing Lin Ling and the others furiously. Moreover, the Emperor of the Fire Tribe gave an order that made Lin Ling become a greedy person. Obviously, the Emperor of the Fire Clan knew that abandoning Lin Ling would leave a bad impression, so he had an excuse. His excuse was that Lin Ling was greedy for the position of the Fire Clan and had asked for a lot of things. To others, Princess Rosie Dawn was a heavenly emperor with a heavenly tier talent. Lin Ling's strength was ordinary. He was trying to climb up the social ladder. What qualifications did he have to make so many requests? Therefore, Lin Ling was overestimating himself. What a hypocrite! The 9 spirits of heaven were even more furious. Not only did they abandon Lin Ling, but they also slandered Lin Ling. Could it be that the fire race was afraid of being criticized by others, so they pushed all the blame to Lin Ling? Your marriage with Princess Huixia has been cancelled. Tonight, the people of E-Clan and the human realm will come. The Fire Clan will announce the marriage between Princess Huixia and Emperor Peerless. You Lin Ling can only be a toad in a ditch. Another voice came. To the Fire Tribe, the Fire King's orders were the heavens. If the Fire King was slandering Lin Ling, they would naturally believe him. Even if they didn't believe him, they wouldn't side with Lin Ling because the Fire Tribe had 10,000 years of history and was extremely prestigious in the mortal world. They couldn't lose face. What a pitiful person. Just a moment ago, he was still a distinguished guest of the Fire Tribe, enjoying the treatment of our Fire Tribe. The next moment he became a toad. If I were you, I would have already dug a hole and buried myself in it. The laughter was getting farther and farther away. Obviously, the Fire Tribe people had left, but there were still experts monitoring this place. And in the small courtyard, the 9 spirits of heaven were trembling with anger. They looked at Lin Ling with a trace of unwillingness in their eyes. Even they felt like they had been humiliated. Lin Ling's face was gloomy and his eyes were cold. I never thought of being the son-in-law of the Fire Tribe. I only wanted to take Princess Huixia away. Everything was caused by the Fire Tribe, but now they are biting me. It seems like it will be very difficult for me to take Princess Huixia away. His heart was filled with anger. He didn't care that Princess Huixia's innate talent was increased by him because it was a fair trade. But he cared about the attitude of the Fire Tribe. That kind of slandering and looking down on people. What made Lin Ling angry the most was that the Fire Tribe Emperor had also gone back on his words. He couldn't take Princess Huixia away. Not to mention Lin Ling, even I can't swallow this anger. The Fire Tribe is too arrogant. Do they think we are beggars? Lin Ling, say something and I will fight with you. The 9 spirits of heaven looked at Lin Ling and said. He clenched his fist tightly. Baiyun Tiandi didn't say anything, but she also looked at Lin Ling. She also couldn't swallow this anger. Big brother. Little Flame was the same. Lin Ling's face was cold. Just as he was about to speak, a figure ran into the small courtyard. It was Princess Huixia. Bad guy, not good. Father and the others want to kill you. At this moment, Princess Huixia's eyes were moist. There was a palm print on her delicate face. Obviously, she was arguing about something and was slapped by the Fire Tribe Emperor. Obviously, she knew everything. She didn't expect the Fire Tribe to repay kindness with enmity. Most importantly, in order to satisfy the E-Tribe, the Fire Tribe Emperor wanted to kill Lin Ling and the others. Of course, this was normal. After all, this kind of thing didn't sound good. Therefore, the Fire Tribe Emperor wouldn't let Lin Ling and the others leave alive. Spreading rumors would damage the Fire Tribe's image. Father, you shouldn't call me that. Lin Ling looked at the Fire Spirit Princess and felt gratified. This little girl was reasonable. Especially when he saw the slap mark on her face, the anger in his heart boiled even more. Repaying kindness with enmity was one thing, but they even slapped Princess Huixia. He couldn't wait to destroy the Fire Tribe. The Fire Tribe's attitude was too much. Father's way of doing things is too ugly. But you still have a chance. Tonight I will take you out of here. Yes. Princess Huixia raised her eyes and looked at Lin Ling. At present, Lin Ling was no match for the fire tribe. If he didn't leave, he would definitely die. She couldn't watch Lin Ling die here. Although she was young, she knew that the fire tribe had gone too far. Bai Yun Tiandi and the others clenched their fists tightly. After being humiliated like this, would they still want to escape? However, Princess Huaxiao's words reminded them that in the face of the fire tribe, the giants of the human world, even if they were the overlords of various forces, their strength was still too weak. Let's talk about this tonight. Yes. Lin Ling didn't answer. He left a sentence and then entered the house. Bai Yun Tiandi and the others stood in the small courtyard. Their eyes flickered, but they were all silent. After entering the house, Lin Ling directly entered the Purple Mansion to cultivate. Right now, he was in the middle of a storm, so he had to increase his strength as soon as possible. In the Purple Mansion, 1 day in the outside world was 1 year in the Purple Mansion. Although there was still half a day, it was enough for Lin Ling to increase his strength further. Moreover, Lin Ling was not far from the 5th layer of the Heavenly Devil Tyrant body. Your Majesty, people are all selfish. When you are still useful, they will flatter you and respect you. When you are no longer useful, they will abandon you and even hit you when you are down. Therefore, strength is everything. Elder Z appeared in front of Lin Ling. He also knew what happened outside. At this moment, his face was filled with anger. I know. Yes. Chapter 16:15. The 6th stage of the Divine Devil Overlord body. I'll treat people the same way they treat me. If the fire race wants to keep their face, then I'll tear off their mask of hypocrisy. Lin Ling said again. His eyes were burning with a crazy flame. Then he sat down cross-legged and started to cultivate. At the beginning, the fire race treated him sincerely, so Lin Ling reciprocated. Now that the fire race treated him ugly, Lin Ling had to reciprocate. At the very least, he would let them know that he, Lin Ling, wasn't someone to be trampled on. Pop! 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 Along with Lin Ling's anger, the small worlds in his body started to explode and awaken, forming a terrifying energy ripple. It had to be known that the further one went, the harder it was to cultivate the body. Every time one's strength increased, the effect would be significant. Lin Ling's strength had reached 11 universes of strength. Once he reached 12 universes of strength, his strength would naturally increase by several times. Once his body improved, his control over the Yellow Springs flame would also improve. In this cultivation, Lin Ling not only wanted to improve his Divine Devil Overlord body, but he also wanted to regain his lost dignity. Fortunately, Lin Ling didn't lack cultivation resources, which made him feel gratified. The 5th layer of the Purple Palace realm, the living soil. Dense spiritual energy filled the air from the mysterious void gourd. There were already a large number of mysterious void gourds in the living soil. As time passed, the earth in the living soil surged and a terrifying soul force bloomed, forming the blade of nirvana that swept through the heavens and earth. It had to be known that the half-saint's essence was extremely precious. It could increase a cultivator's strength in all aspects, and soul force was no exception. However, ordinary cultivators mostly used it to increase their cultivation, but Lin Ling had enough resources this time, so he naturally increased his essence, energy, and spirit domains. With the half-saint's essence, Lin Ling's soul force reached the 132nd level. Although it was only an increase of 2 levels, it was much harder to increase soul force than body strength. Although it seemed like an increase of 1 level, the power it brought couldn't be underestimated. Currently, Lin Ling didn't know how powerful the Blade of Nirvana would be after it was used. Chi! Chi! After the Blade of Nirvana swept through the world, endless flames bloomed. The Fire Dragon King roared as if it was born from the void. Boundless Fire Dragon King. Omnipresent. Indestructible. This was the greater mastery realm of the sacred rune martial arts, which was also the realm of ethereal fire. With Lin Ling's current strength, he could only use it once. This was because his cultivation realm was not high enough, and the power of his Saint C was insufficient. Therefore, he did not use it again after fighting against Emperor Peerless. The reason was that the power of his Saint C was insufficient. However, one time was enough. Because of this enlightenment, Lin Ling could make the Flame Dragon King appear in the void with a wisp of the flames of the underworld. Compared to his previous control, this time it was clearly more. He was confident that with this move, he could easily kill a 7th layer saint. With this move, he wouldn't need to fear the 4 pillars and 8 pillars of the past. The flames of the underworld was a divine-grade flame. Just from its name, one would know how terrifying it was. The only flaw was that Lin Ling could only use it once. This time, he could control more flames of the underworld than before because Lin Ling's fiend god overlord physique had entered the 6th layer. Boom! In the soil of breath, the ancient god sovereign appeared. His head reached the sky and his feet stepped on the ground. He looked at the sky with disdain. The power of 12 universes caused the soil of breath to shake violently, as if it couldn't withstand Lin Ling's power. Lin Ling quietly looked at the sky in the distance, and the cold light in the depths of his eyes became even more intense. The power of 12 universes. With this power, my absolute defense has increased again. I can even destroy ordinary origin energy with one punch. Wind lightning strike. Then Lin Ling shouted. A terrifying thing happened. On the soil of breath, tens of thousands of Lin Ling appeared. Moreover, all of them were real bodies. Their power was vast and unparalleled. This was the external avatar technique. For other martial artists, cultivating this kind of martial art was very powerful and could fight against a sea of people. However, for Lin Ling it was even more terrifying because those avatars all had the power of 12 universes. It was terrifying. Think about it, if tens of thousands of ancient god sovereigns with the power of 12 universes appeared, how could he continue fighting? And this was the terror of the fiend god overlord physique. The further one went, the harder it was to cultivate. However, the power it brought was also stronger. Absolute defense. In a physical battle, I can turn into an army of 10,000. However, the death of one avatar consumed a lot of my internal small world. Fortunately, I have the mysterious void gourd and can quickly recover. One could imagine that if he didn't have the mysterious void gourd, Lin Ling's avatar would be killed and he would be severely injured. Absolute attack. In addition to fighting against a sea of people, I also have the power of the underworld flame's origin energy. The power of that attack is extremely terrifying. Unfortunately, with my current strength, I can only use it once. Absolute speed. Although my understanding of the void hasn't increased, with the power of a sea of people, it can be considered a kind of speed. What a pity. If my tyrannical song sword could be repaired, my strength would be even stronger. Lin Ling stood quietly on the ground and continued to analyze his own strength. The coldness in his eyes became even more intense. With pressure came motivation. In this cultivation, although Lin Ling's cultivation realm didn't increase, his fiend god overlord physique had increased, which led to a continuous increase in strength. If his cultivation realm increased, his battle strength would be even more terrifying. Currently, he estimated that if he fought with all his strength, he wouldn't be afraid of an 8th layer saint. He even dared to fight a 9th layer saint. And in the world of heaven and earth emperors, there was a distinction between strong and weak. For example, Heavenly Emperor Baiyun belonged to the extremely powerful category. For a rising star like Heavenly Emperor Peerless, his strength was much weaker. Lin Ling did not fear this level of Heavenly Emperor. As for the 4 pillars and 8 pillars, Lin Ling no longer feared them after his physical body had improved. This half a year of bitter cultivation didn't seem to be wasted. After a long time, Lin Ling walked out of the Purple Palace. At this moment, night had already fallen. In the small courtyard, Baiyun Tiandi and the others were sitting cross-legged. When they saw Lin Ling walk out, they were stunned. They could feel that Lin Ling seemed to have changed. Your strength seems to have increased, but your cultivation realm hasn't. I hope it's just our misconception. Because only half a day has passed, how could your strength have increased? Baiyun Tiandi and the 9 spirits of heaven said in disbelief. Lin Ling was wearing a blue robe, standing there with a smile on his face. He was as calm as the clouds in the sky. He knew that the pressure was brought to them by his soul force. Because his soul force had increased, it formed a more terrifying pressure. So you still feel this way? Lin Ling withdrew his soul force and said with a smile, "This time it's not so strong." Baiyun Tiandi frowned. He felt that Lin Ling had become more mysterious. There were too many secrets hidden in his body. "Big brother, the fire tribe is very lively. I heard that many experts have come. Those guys are from the highest deacon palace of the mortal world, heavenly earth. Little Flame didn't pay attention to Lin Ling's increase in strength. Instead, he looked at the sky in dissatisfaction. Chapter 16:16. Fight together. The purpose of tonight's feast was the marriage between the E-race and the Fire race. It was said that the E-race had taken out a treasure called the 9 Phoenix Life Transformation Light as a betrothal gift. The Fire race did not want to miss out on such a treasure, so they immediately announced the marriage. The 9 Phoenix Life Transformation Light. The E-race is really generous. No wonder the Fire race treats them so well. It is said that this treasure has the power of the heavens and earth, and is very helpful for fire element warriors. Even if it is an ordinary fire element warrior, as long as he has this treasure, he will be a giant in the human world. Bai Yuntiandi had obviously heard of this treasure. So powerful. Xinyuan Johan sucked in a breath of cold air. It should be known that there were strong and weak fire element warriors. For example, the strength of an ordinary innate spirit body was limited. However, with the 9 Phoenix Life Transformation Light, he could immediately transform into a giant of the human world. How could the treasure not be precious? The Fire race is shameless. They only care about benefits and have no morals at all. Little Flame did not care about the treasure. He just felt that the Fire race was too sinister. Now that the Fire race was announcing the marriage and they had become prisoners, how could they swallow this anger? There is one more thing. The Fire race emperor also wants to announce to the human world that his Princess Huixia has achieved the heavenly body. Bai Yuntiandi said with disdain. Most importantly, the Fire race emperor said that the increase of Princess Huixia's talent was due to her hard work. Shameless indeed. The 9 spirits of heaven snorted. Lin Ling smiled. He was not surprised. It was not the first time he had seen the shamelessness of the Fire race. Well, now that more and more people are coming, we can take this opportunity to escape. While they were talking, the Fire Spirit Princess walked in and whispered. She knew that this place was being monitored. It would be difficult for Lin Ling and the others to leave. Fortunately, she had found a way. Now the Fire race was entertaining the giants of the human world, and did not have time to care about Lin Ling and the others. It was the best time to escape. Leave? The members of the 9 spirits of heaven looked at each other and frowned. They had suffered such humiliation. Were they going to run away? You can leave now. The Fire race is not something you can mess with. Lin Ling looked at the 9 spirits of heaven and said, this matter had nothing to do with them, and he didn't want the 9 spirits of heaven to be implicated. What about you? The 9 spirits of heaven looked at Lin Ling and said, of course I'm staying. I can't miss this wedding. Lin Ling said lightly. His voice was sharp. Scoundrel, you're crazy. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to. My sister has already made her decision. Even if you go back, she won't marry you. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the Fire Spirit Princess suddenly became anxious. She thought that Lin Ling couldn't let go of Princess Huixia. Lin Ling looked at her indifferently and shook his head. He said word by word, I'm not going back because I've lost anything. I'm going back because I've lost my dignity. The dignity that they took by stepping on me, Lin Ling. I'll take it back, no matter who the other party is. His voice was calm, but there was a strong determination in it. Dignity could not be humiliated. The Fire race's attitude towards Lin Ling was trampling on Lin Ling's dignity. Therefore, even if he was going to die, Lin Ling would not throw away his dignity and run away. Lin Ling had been practicing martial arts for so long. He would not give up his dignity. What a good dignity. Lin Ling, I'll accompany you. The 9 spirits of heaven laughed. The flames of war were boiling. 9 spirits of heaven, this has nothing to do with you. You'd better leave. If you stay, you might die. Lin Ling frowned. He still didn't want the 9 spirits of heaven to get involved in this mess. Because the Fire race is also trampling on our dignity. The 9 spirits of heaven refused directly. He waved his right hand and the Skypiercer appeared. His fighting spirit was boiling even more. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, the 9 spirits of heaven sneered. If you say any more nonsense, we won't be brothers anymore. Obviously, he had made up his mind. You bastard. Lin Ling was touched. He looked at Bai Yuntiandi and wanted to persuade him to leave. However, before he could say anything, Bayun Tiandi sneered. You should know my name. In the world of heaven and earth monarchs, I'm the most arrogant and hot-tempered. So don't say any more nonsense. Besides, the fire race treated us with respect a few days ago, but today they are trampling on us. Who do they think we are? I can't take this lying down. Lin Ling was stunned. He did not say anything else. If they lost their dignity, they would take it back. These guys were indeed the top peerless geniuses of the mortal world. If that's the case, let's join hands. Their attitude is ugly. They are shameless. Today we will make them lose their dignity. So let's make a scene. Lin Ling took a step forward and led the 9 spirits of heaven out of the courtyard. Bastard, you are crazy. The fire spirit princess shouted anxiously. She did not expect Lin Ling to be so stubborn. He was not afraid of the fire race. She had a feeling that there would be a storm in today's banquet. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had made up his mind. Even she could not persuade him. She could only look at the blue-robed figure and pray in her heart. At this moment, outside the courtyard, several people from the fire race were supervising. They were drinking and chatting happily, talking about the glory of the fire race today. However, at this moment, one of them noticed something was wrong because the people they were supervising had left the courtyard. Go back. Before the fire race emperor gives the order, you are not allowed to leave the courtyard. The leader of the group, an old man, stopped drinking and walked out indifferently, blocking Lin Ling and the others. You should remember that you are not guests now, so do not challenge the fire race's bottom line. Go back immediately. The others also walked out. Their strength had reached the late saint realm, and the strongest one was an 8th layer saint. In the sky, the bright moonlight shone down. Lin Ling and the others stood there indifferently, looking at the people from the fire race coldly as if they were looking at dead people. What if I don't go back? Lin Ling smiled gently, as if he did not know what the fire race's bottom line was, so he asked the obvious. Die. The old man was the first to speak, so go back. Saber of Nirvana. However, as soon as his voice fell, a terrifying soul force attacked, and the sky changed color. Those people obviously did not expect that Lin Ling would dare to kill them in the fire race. Putong. The old man still wanted to say something, but he was scared out of his wits. Kill them all. Lin Ling stepped forward and said indifferently. Behind him, Bayun Tiandi, the 9 spirits of heaven and the others sneered. You are crazy. Today the giants of the mortal world are here. You dare to behave atrociously in the fire race? You will die for sure. The rest of the people were shocked. Unfortunately, for Lin Ling and the others, how could they not dare to kill them? Although we will die for sure, you will not see it. Chapter 16-17. A lively marriage. Those few people weren't very strong, but they naturally wouldn't rely on them to supervise the small courtyard. There was another person who was even stronger, and at this moment he received the news and hurried over. You're courting death. Seeing the people from the fire clan being killed, that person's voice was cold. He was about 50 years old. His long hair casually fell to his shoulders, and his face was extremely cold. Your fire race wants to kill me. Am I not allowed to fight back? Lin Ling's footsteps didn't stop as he spoke indifferently. Grandpa Huasher. Princess Fire Spirit naturally knew the old man. She knew that the old man used to be the old ancestor's subordinate. He had made a lot of contributions to the fire tribe. Now that he was powerful, his status in the fire tribe was very high. Good Hualing, so it was you who let them go. You're really bold. The old man immediately shouted angrily, based on today's crime, you will be locked up in the forbidden area and cannot come out for 10 years. Then the old man stared at Lin Ling and the others. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Ling spoke first. Bayun Tiandi, 9 spirits of heaven, little flame. The 3 of you worked together to kill him. How dare you? The old man didn't expect that Lin Ling would still dare to kill him. One had to know that his strength had reached the level of Wu Shang. To him, Lin Ling was like an ant. Kill. Lin Ling didn't waste his breath and strode forward. Lin Ling, go ahead. We'll look for you after we kill this old man. The 9 spirits of heaven slowly raised their halberds. They also knew that the other party was not weak, but if they worked together, they would still have a chance to fight. You're older than us, so if we join hands you won't be unhappy, right? Plus, your fire race wants to kill us, so if we kill you, you won't hold a grudge, right? Die. Bai Yun Tiandi unleashed a terrifying battle strength. Ignorant, ignorant. A group of juniors who have only cultivated for 100 years dares to provoke the ancient fire race? Good, 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 all of you die. The old man's face turned ferocious as he laughed out of anger. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't care about the battle over there. He walked towards the most lively place. Today was the day of glory for the fire race. How could he let the fire race lose their glory? Oh, it turns out to be Wushang Xiandi. I have long heard of Wushang Xiandi's fame in heavenly world. You are the right-hand man of Tranquil Emperor, one of the 7 emperors. It's my honor to have you here today. Fire Clan right now was extremely lively. Fiery light rushed into the heavens. Drum sounds and immortal music transmitted tens of thousands of li. The Fire Tribe was one of the oldest tribes in the human world, and its reputation among the 3 mysterious tribes was not low. It was the birthplace of all fire attribute martial arts, and it gathered the most ancient fire martial arts in the world. There were even some who said that the Fire Tribe's old ancestor was a character who created the world and could be traced back to millions of years ago. No one in the mortal realm would not give face to such a clan. Oh, Princess Huixia and Emperor Peerless are united in marriage. This is a great thing in the mortal realm. How can no one from our 7 emperors' heavens not come? In the sky there was a white crane spreading its wings, covering the sky and splitting the sun. This white crane was the king of cranes, and it had 2 heads, causing many people's expressions to change. It seemed to be the Yin-Yang Crane King, which was also an ancient divine beast with a lifespan of millions of years. It could be said to be the ancestor of martial artists. And on top of the white crane, there were many figures standing there with smiles on their faces. These people represented the 7 emperors' heavens, and the person in the lead was Wushang Xiandi, an expert with the title Xiandi, a top warrior of the mortal realm. And the people he brought were also extremely famous, such as Lu Susu and the Unhindered Sky Emperor. This must be the symbol ancestor. I have long heard of your great name. The Fire Tribe Emperor was as polite as ever, giving face to the guests. Oh, you flatter me, you flatter me. Together with Wushang Xiandi, there was also a top warrior with the title Xiandi, and it was the symbol ancestor. He took out a jade talisman that was sparkling with green light, and gave it to the Fire Tribe. This is the Jade Light Heavenly Talisman. It can borrow the jade light of heaven and earth to protect one's body. Although it is not a great treasure, it is still extremely valuable. Take it as my symbol ancestor's betrothal gift. Haha, for the symbol ancestor to come, my Fire Tribe is already honored. There is no need to give such a precious gift. The Fire Tribe Emperor asked his people to accept the betrothal gift, and looked towards the sky. Above the sky there were more experts arriving. A green wooden cauldron floated over from afar, and wherever it passed, countless poisonous creatures would rush towards the cauldron. There were centipedes, spiders, snakes of all colors, and it was a ghastly sight. Poisonous creatures of heaven and earth, it must be the 5 poison primordial spirits Xiandi, said someone laughing on the ground. The one who had just spoken was a member of the Yi clan. At that moment he felt extremely proud. Those who had come were all famous cultivators in the human world. For example, the 5 heavenly kings of Xianhuangdiyu, the 4 pillars and 8 pillars of Xianping province, they weren't qualified to come. An arrow, look, an arrow is breaking through the vault of heaven, shouted someone else at that moment. In the sky a gigantic arrow streaked across the sky. That arrow looked like a jade pagoda. It was extremely fast, and the atmosphere was exploding. Celestial Bao Xiandi, back in the days during the Great War in the Demon region, he killed the demon monarch with 1 arrow, exclaimed some strong cultivators in admiration. During the Great War in the human world, Celestial Bao Xiandi had left an unforgettable record. Celestial Bao Xiandi is from Champion University. Look, those celestial emperors are following him. Yungu's celestial stage, Arhat Wangzun is here too. Wow! More and more cultivators arrived, and the atmosphere became even more lively. The leader of the northern desert, haha, you're in charge of the demon region. I wouldn't have thought you'd come. Rumble. At that moment the earth began to shake. A strong cultivator was pulling a coffin like a giant. It was the master of the northern desert, famous for his ability to pull coffins. The jade coffins he pulled were not to be underestimated, because every time he pulled a coffin, the dead cultivator inside would be used by him. He was a terrifying existence. Brahma the Great Emperor, Your Excellency Yaksha. Rumble. The three great elders of the demon region. Rumble. It seemed like the strongest cultivators of the human world had gathered there. Apart from those who had been famous for a long time, there were also many peerless geniuses. Huxia, it's so lively, it seems like the earth and the sky are celebrating our marriage. Rumble. On a high platform, Emperor Peerless was sitting there calmly. He looked at the strong cultivators of the human world proudly. He could imagine that after tomorrow the three Xian cultivators of the human world would talk about him and Princess Huxia. After that, he looked at Huxia, Heavenly Emperor beside him, and his eyes were filled with satisfaction. Huxia, Heavenly Emperor's status was very noble, and her talent was extremely powerful. Such a woman was indeed worthy of him. Huxia, Heavenly Emperor also had the same thought. At their level, reputation was very important. If their husband was trash, they would rather not marry him. Therefore, if they really wanted to tie the knot, the other party had to be a peerless hero, and Emperor Peerless had reached that level. I heard that the E-race took out the 9 Phoenix Life Transformation Light as a dowry. This treasure is said to be forged by the Realm Lord. The E-race is indeed generous. Among the lively wedding, an ancient expert laughed. His words were filled with curiosity. That's right, the 9 Phoenix Life Transformation Light was indeed left behind by the Realm Lord. Someone from the E-race found it in a ruin in the chaotic demon sea. However, this treasure is good news for fire element cultivators, so we gave it to the Hor race. A strong elder from the E-race laughed proudly. Chapter 16:18. Your mouth stinks. But many people were staring at Emperor Peerless. They thought he was a good match for Princess Huxia. Emperor Peerless had been born from the essence of the earth and sky. He was extremely talented. He was so young and he was already a celestial emperor. He was a perfect match for Princess Huxia, Emperor of the Fire Clan. I've heard that Celestial Emperor Huxia is a celestial emperor. Is that true? Good, asked Celestial Emperor Tiangong, smiling. He was wearing white armor and had a gigantic bow on his back. Celestial Emperor Tiangong smiled and said, "What about you?" As soon as his words fell, everyone stopped talking and looked at the Fire Tribe Emperor with curiosity. They wanted to know if this was true or not because they also knew what a heaven-tier celestial body represented. It could be said that as long as one spent a bit more time cultivating with such talent, it wouldn't be difficult to enter the mortal realm's Earth ranking. Everybody knew that the Earth ranking list was incredible. People who could become a celestial being were the strongest cultivators in the celestial world. Indeed. Good, said the Emperor of the Fire Clan, smiling. How strong? Good. Celestial Emperor Huxia is so young, and he's already a celestial body cultivator. Good. Emperor Peerless, you have to work hard. Don't let your wife surpass you. Good. The crowd was astonished. They looked at Celestial Emperor Huxia in awe, as if he was a Celestial Emperor Xiandi. Thank you for coming today, but there are so many strong cultivators in the Earth ranking list. I'm not qualified to be arrogant in front of them. I'm not qualified to be called Xiandi yet. Let's not talk about it, otherwise I'll feel ashamed, said Princess Huxia in a clear and melodious voice. She sounded natural and unrestrained. She didn't sound arrogant at all. Everybody nodded. No wonder she was Princess Huxia. With that kind of attitude, it would be difficult for her not to become Xiandi. Celestial body. Princess Huxia practiced cultivation for many years, and finally became a celestial body cultivator. Nobody knows how much effort she put into it. Therefore, if she becomes a celestial body cultivator, she will be called Xiandi. Someone from the fire race laughed and shouted. His words made many peerless geniuses look at him with admiration. They naturally knew how difficult it was to improve a heaven-tier talent. Princess Huxia must have put in a lot of effort to achieve it. She was their role model, they had to work hard to achieve it. Princess was celestial body cultivator. Celestial body cultivator. Said Huaxue's celestial body cultivators. Emperor Hua celestial body. Emperor at Hua Xia. Emperor Hua emperor. Hua. Nonsense. Emperor Peerless frowned. But soon he waved his hand and said, "It's just a rumor. I admit it. Lin Ling, the disciple of the 7 emperors, did come to the Fire Clan. He fought with Emperor Peerless at first, but Emperor Peerless didn't want him to die because of his young age. He knew my daughter, so I invited him to the Fire Clan. Everyone knows that the Emperor of the Fire Clan is very hospitable. I liked him very much. He kept trying to please me, so I was very satisfied with him. At that time he asked me to marry Princess Hua Xia. I was a little tempted at first, but he was too greedy. Not only did he like Princess Hua Xia, he also coveted the cultivation resources of the Fire Clan. He wanted to become the 2nd king of the Fire Clan. So I rejected the marriage and drove him away. Alas, his talent is not bad, but his temper is bad." The Emperor of the Fire Clan's voice kept coming. "Who is Lin Ling?" The crowd was curious. With their seniority, they naturally didn't know Lin Ling. He is the new peerless genius of Xianpeng Province. It is said that he is the East Zun of Xianpeng Province. He is quite famous among the disciples of the 7 emperors. Someone said, "He dares to propose marriage with such confidence?" More people were disdainful. They naturally didn't put the East Zun of Xianpeng Province in their eyes, because they were the giants of the entire human world. The Emperor of the Fire Clan is hospitable and passionate. Who doesn't know that? But that junior doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. A toad wants to eat swan meat. That's fine, but he can't see himself clearly. Only the Emperor of the Fire Clan is so righteous. If it was me, I would have killed such an arrogant junior. The ancient figures shouted angrily. Most of them believed the words of the Emperor of the Fire Clan. Some people think they are famous in the entire human world just because they are famous in Xianpeng Province. He really overestimates himself. As his senior, I wanted to give him some advice, but unfortunately his breath stinks. If it weren't for the 7 emperors, I would have killed him. What I want to say is, although you have to surpass your seniors in the path of martial arts, you must show enough respect to your seniors. Only then can you be neither arrogant nor humble, and be fearless. These words are for the peerless geniuses who are fighting for the title of Heaven Emperor. At this moment, Emperor Peerless also spoke. As expected of Emperor Peerless, you indeed have the demeanor of a Heaven Emperor. That's right. In the path of martial arts, you must surpass your seniors, but you must show respect to your seniors. That's the way to be a person. Lin Ling trash, said many peerless geniuses. Emperor Peerless smiled indifferently and waved his hand. He modestly stopped those peerless geniuses from praising him. That's nice to hear, but as far as I know, Lin Ling is proud and arrogant. He's not a lowly person. No matter how proud his wife is, he won't lower his head and ask for her hand in marriage. Besides, when Lin Ling fights against his opponents, he won't talk behind their backs. He's always strong. At this time, a voice that disagreed with the crowd floated out. The crowd was stupefied and looked at the speaker. It was a young man they didn't know. "Who are you? What gives you the right to talk?" shouted a disciple of Champion University icily. Emperor Peerless was their idol. Surprisingly, someone dared say that Emperor Peerless wasn't as good as Lin Ling. "I'm Emperor Xiao Yao," said the young man, smiling indifferently. He didn't hide his social status. "Emperor Xiao Yao? Never heard of him? What the hell are you talking about? So you're from the 7 emperors world. No wonder. It seems like they don't want the 7 emperors world to lose face. That Emperor Xiao Yao isn't even a disciple, and he dares talk like that? Does he want to die?" shouted the disciples of Champion University furiously. The strong cultivators of the human world remained silent. They were amused, said one of the disciples of Champion University. He looked at Emperor Peerless and smiled coldly. A broadsword appeared in his hand and red lights dashed to the sky. "You're too talkative. Today is a happy day. I'll teach you how to behave on behalf of Champion University." He raised his broadsword high in the air. He wanted to teach Emperor Xiao Yao a lesson. The crowd smiled coldly. They didn't stop him, they just watched indifferently. Pa! Chapter 1619. Because I'm Lin Ling. Do you want to die too? The disciple was stupefied and looked ferocious. He had wanted to teach Emperor Xiaoyao a lesson on behalf of Emperor Peerless, but someone had interrupted him. So many people were watching, he felt humiliated. I don't want to die. I just want to say that the strong cultivators of the human world are here. Can't you tell me the truth? All right. He was wearing a long robe. It looked like the clouds were dancing in the sky. Even though there was a storm, the clouds didn't disperse. You know that the strong cultivators of the human world are here. What gives you the right to talk? Shouted the disciple of Champion University furiously. Because I'm Lin Ling, said the voice. Said the person softly, causing the disciple's face to stiffen. Lin Ling? That was Lin Ling? At the same time, the strong cultivators of the human world were astonished. That was Lin Ling? Nobody would have thought that Lin Ling would dare show up in front of so many strong cultivators. The Emperor of the Fire Clan's eyes were twinkling. He was surprised. The courtyard was under surveillance. How had Lin Ling come out? Lin Ling had come out, why hadn't he run away? Princess Huaxia was surprised too, but she looked amused. Lin Ling had come, she could use him to prove herself. As expected, that guy isn't willing to suffer losses. If you humiliate him, he won't take it lying down. In the distance, Prince Xiaoyao smiled faintly. He was all too familiar with Lin Ling. Lin Ling was arrogant and was not the kind of person rumored to be. That was why Prince Xiaoyao had stood up for Lin Ling. Now everything was clear. Even if the strong cultivators of the human world were there, Lin Ling would still come. This guy is really fearless. Lu Susu's beautiful eyes narrowed, and there was a wisp of worry in them because Lin Ling was facing an overlord of the mortal dimension. The one the 7 emperors think highly of? Not bad. Wu Shangxiandi said calmly, waiting for everything to happen next. So you're Lin Ling. You're so thick-skinned. You failed to propose marriage, and now you're here to behave atrociously? The disciple whose wrist was being held by Lin Ling sneered. I don't think it's your turn to tell me what to do. If you want to be someone else's dog, then you have to look at your own strength. Lin Ling didn't get angry and said indifferently, Are you calling me a dog? The disciple's face turned cold, the power of the sacred sea erupted, wanting to use his blade to cut Lin Ling in half. However, after his power erupted, the power that was grabbing onto his wrist was even stronger, like an iron clamp, causing him to be unable to move. Ka-ka-ka. The sound of bones breaking rang out at the same time. Let me go. The disciple screamed in pain. I've said it before. If you want to be someone else's slave, then you have to look at your own strength. Lin Ling said again. I know I'm wrong. I beg you, let me go. I'll apologize to you. The disciple's voice became more anxious. The bones in his arm began to break inch by inch, and it spread to his body, causing many bones in his body to crack. Most importantly, he saw that no one was speaking at this moment. Obviously, the human realm's giants didn't care about his life or death. What they cared about was Lin Ling's purpose for coming here. Apologize. Lin Ling looked down at the disciple indifferently. The coldness in his eyes made the disciple tremble, and he actually knelt down subconsciously. Lin Ling didn't say anything. He kicked out and landed on the disciple's chest, breaking all the bones in his body. He flew hundreds of meters away and fell to the ground, spitting out blood. After that, he didn't dare to look at Lin Ling again. As a disciple, the difference between him and Lin Ling was obvious. Pitiful piece of trash. You spoke up for Emperor Peerless, you thought you could please him. Unfortunately, he didn't even look at you when you were injured. That's the celestial emperor you worship, said Lin Ling mockingly. Many disciples of Champion University were astonished. Lin Ling ignored them and looked at Emperor Xiaoyao. He smiled and nodded. He hadn't thought that in such a situation, the only one who supported him would be an enemy. This scene made him feel extremely ironic. Lin Ling, that's enough. Piss off back to the 7 Emperors' world. Haven't you lost enough face? At this moment a cold shout was heard. It was the symbol ancestor, and he was reprimanding Lin Ling like an elder. Many people smiled coldly. They hadn't attacked yet because they wanted to see why Lin Ling had come. Secondly, there were strong cultivators in the 7 Emperors' world, so they didn't need to attack. The cultivators of the 7 Emperors world would teach Lin Ling a lesson. Of course, there were also some neutral people. They were curious. The young man was wearing a blue robe and his hair was tied behind his head. He looked handsome and elegant. He didn't fear the heavens and earth, he was frivolous and unrestrained. However, that was true. He was only a saint and he had dared come here. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Lin Ling looked at the symbol ancestor and shouted, "You're the one who should piss off." Many people's eyes flashed when they heard Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling was truly arrogant. After all, they knew the talisman ancestor was a titled celestial emperor. In a way, Lin Ling's status was higher than Lin Ling's. Therefore, Lin Ling should have listened to the talisman ancestor. The symbol ancestor's face instantly turned ugly. He felt extremely embarrassed. Lin Ling had disregarded him, a powerful cultivator with the title Xiandi, in front of countless people. Symbol ancestor, the main character hasn't even said anything. You should speak less, Wushang Xiandi said indifferently. He had the air of a great general and the symbol ancestor fell silent. The symbol ancestor gritted his teeth with a gloomy face. Lin Ling, the big shots are gathered here. Don't spout nonsense. If you offend all the seniors, even the 7 emperors won't be able to protect you. Wushang Xiandi picked up the wine cup in front of him, took a sip and said coldly. His words seemed to be scolding Lin Ling, but he was also telling Lin Ling that as long as he was in the right, the 7 emperors would protect him. Wushang Xiandi knew how important Lin Ling was to the 2 human emperors. Therefore, he could not help Lin Ling. Thank you, senior. Lin Ling wasn't a fool. When he saw Lu Susu, he knew that Wushang Xiandi was helping him. Then, he looked at Lu Susu with a grateful expression. That unscrupulous merchant had helped him many times. The entire land was filled with an oppressive wind. Many people were looking at Lin Ling with complicated expressions. Lin Lin, is it because the fire race rejected your marriage proposal that you came here because you're not willing? I thought that you were a peerless talent. Unfortunately, I didn't expect you to be so narrow-minded. Finally, a calm voice drifted out. It was the Fire Tribe Emperor. At this moment, he wasn't afraid of Lin Ling's appearance. Perhaps he had imagined that Lin Ling's appearance would prove the Fire Tribe's innocence. Yes, I am narrow-minded and I will definitely take revenge. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Ling admitted it directly. How shameless. Indeed, he was rejected. That's why he is here to cause trouble. In my opinion, we should beat this person to death and bring his corpse back to the 7 emperors. We should ask them how they teach their disciples. Chapter 1620. Here to snatch the bride as for Princess Huixia and Emperor Peerless, they sneered. They did not expect Lin Ling to admit it. He was simply digging his own grave. Then what are you doing here? Since I've rejected you, I won't agree to your marriage proposal anymore. So you should leave. I'll let you leave peacefully for the sake of the 7 emperors. The Fire Tribe Emperor sneered in his heart, but he still waved his hand in a righteous manner. You also know that I am a vengeful person. I will take back what I have lost. Today is the wedding of your daughter, Princess Huixia. So I am here to snatch the bride. Lin Ling looked up and said indifferently. Boom! The crowd's heart exploded. This Lin Ling's shamelessness had reached the level of heaven collapsing and earth rending. He actually did not leave even after being chased away. Shameless to the extreme. Shame on you. Princess Huixia sneered. She did not expect Lin Ling to still want to marry her. Even if he died, he would still come here. Could it be that he was really attracted to her? Unfortunately, Lin Ling was useless now. Otherwise, she could have kept Lin Ling by her side. Then what qualifications do you think you have? Or do you think you are worthy of Princess Huixia? At this time, Emperor Peerless sneered. He thought that Lin Ling would come here to cause trouble, but who knew that he would come here to snatch the bride? This was even more ridiculous. Why am I not qualified? Facing an ungrateful and heartless woman, how can I not be qualified? Facing a woman who only cares about benefits. A moment ago she welcomed you with a smile, but after knowing that you are useless, she abandoned you and even wanted to kill you. How can I not be qualified? Lin Ling sneered. His mocking voice was like thunder in a clear sky. intimidating the crowd into silence. Lin Ling seemed to be scolding Princess Huixia and disdaining the Huixia clan. The Huixia clan has been passed down for 10,000 years. They betrayed and deceived others. Today they are calling the heroes of the world to raise themselves up high to cover up their ugly actions. How can I not dare to come to such a clan? I've seen many shameless people, but today is the first time I've seen such a shameless race. A moment ago Lin Ling was like a calm cloud, but in the next moment, it transformed into a dark cloud. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and a storm raged. Shut up! The fire tribe's people all shouted angrily. Lin Ling really dared to scold them, scolding them in front of everyone and making them lose all face. You are the ones who shut up. Not long ago you treated us like important guests, but after today that hypocritical mask was torn apart, and you immediately became the ugliest villain. I know that is because I am no longer useful, so you abandoned me and married the E-clan. I want to ask you, when you grow old and your strength is greatly reduced, will you abandon each other again? The fire race is a race of villains that has existed for tens of thousands of years. Lin Ling's voice sounded like thunder. They didn't even have the strength to talk back. Maybe they really did have a guilty conscience. What are you trying to do? You can't marry me based on this. At this time Princess Huixia also opened her mouth. Her voice was cold, rejecting Lin Ling in front of everyone. Princess Huixia, although I want to marry you, it doesn't mean that I like your shameless methods. You are despicable, greedy, and vain. For your own strength you abandoned your sister and went back on your words. I don't understand why a woman like you has the face to be proud in front of everyone. As for you saying that I am not qualified to marry you, may I ask, is your talent increased due to your own efforts or my help? Lin Ling took a step forward and questioned Princess Huixia. Princess Huixia frowned, but she couldn't refute him. You bewitched everyone, deceived everyone. There are countless seniors here. Do you think all of them are fools? If you have the ability, then answer me. Lin Ling took another step forward. His imposing manner was overbearing. The crowd quieted down. At first, some people said that Princess Huixia's talent was increased by someone else, but they didn't believe it. But now that Lin Ling mentioned it again, could it be that there was something fishy? And if Lin Ling increased Princess Huixia's talent, then Princess Huixia owed Lin Ling a favor. She was so heartless it didn't make sense. After all, a heaven-class talent was priceless. The favor owed was not small. And Lin Ling's words were correct. Then the attitude of the fire tribe was somewhat unsightly. After all, no matter how greedy Lin Ling was, at least he had helped the fire tribe. The crowd began to discuss spiritedly, making the fire tribe's emperor's face unsightly. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so powerful. His words could directly bewitch everyone and shake their minds. Of course he didn't panic, he wanted to see what other tricks Lin Ling had up his sleeves. That was because sharp words were useless. Only facts could prove everything. In order to snatch Princess Huixia from me, you actually inverted right and wrong, Lin Ling. Oh Lin Ling, I shouldn't have let you go from the beginning. A cold voice suddenly resounded. It was Emperor Peerless. Obviously, Lin Ling was ignoring him, snatching the bride in front of everyone. As the husband of Princess Huixia, how could he swallow his anger? Emperor Peerless, I'll teach him a lesson. At this time someone from the fire tribe walked out, looking at Lin Ling with contempt. Your face is thick enough after being rejected. You still dare to behave atrociously, even daring to slander our fire tribe, and even think that you're the best husband of Princess Huixia, shameless, ugly. That person walked out step by step. A fiery flowing light appeared in his hand, sparkling and translucent, revealing an ancient aura. It's 9 Phoenix Life Transformation Light. The crowd was surprised. That's right, this is the betrothal gift of the E-tribe. This is the most ancient treasure. With this, it means that Emperor Peerless is worthy of Princess Huixia. But Lin Ling's words are incoherent. He actually thinks that he's comparable to Emperor Peerless, ugly villain. That person stared at Lin Ling, then said disdainfully, You've never seen this kind of treasure in your life. You can't take it out. Do you still have the face to marry Princess Huixia? Kill him. Let him know how insignificant he is. The people from the fire tribe shouted angrily. In front of so many strong warriors, Lin Ling overestimated himself and died. Cherish your last moments to be able to die under the 9 Phoenix Life Transformation Light. It's your honor to die. That person from the fire tribe held the 9 Phoenix life transformation light and gently blew it. Rumble. Ancient flame spewed out. Although it wasn't the origin of fire, it was the most ancient flame in the world, the most ancient flame, the fiercest flame, not weaker than the origin of fire. This treasure is indeed powerful. The big shots of the human realm were secretly surprised, because they also saw that the person holding the treasure, his strength was not strong at all, but he used the 9 Phoenix life transformation light to release a powerful flame. This also showed how precious the 9 Phoenix life transformation light was. From another point of view, Lin Ling came today to steal the bride. Could his sacrifice compare to the E tribe? Did he still have the face to talk about marriage? Lin Ling and the fire tribe must be hiding something. It's a pity Lin Ling is too impulsive. He should speak with facts. Relying on words can't make people believe. Although the fire tribe was a bit shameful before, most people don't believe it. Chapter 1621. Facts prove everything. This guy has guts, but it's a pity that he came at the wrong time. Many neutral giants sympathized with Lin Ling. They could see that Lin Ling seemed to be bullied, but what could he do? Shameless clown. Emperor Peerless sneered. As for the person who used the 9 Phoenix life transformation light, he was sneering. So what if it was Lin Ling? When he had the ancient treasures, he would have been burned alive as well. Scoundrel. As for the fire spirit princess, she rushed out with tears in her eyes. She knew that Lin Ling's purpose in coming here was to regain the lost dignity, and at the same time, to show the hypocritical face of the fire tribe to the world. However, Lin Ling was fighting alone. He was too lonely. He was no match for the powerful fire tribe. Pa pa pa. At this moment the sky was filled with raging flames. Within the flames, Lin Ling's expression was cold. When he saw the 9 Phoenix life transformation light, his eye of time felt a sense of familiarity. It was as though the 9 Phoenix life transformation light was forged by him. This made him realize that the 9 Phoenix life transformation light was forged by the Realm Lord. Enter my soul. Lin Ling roared with madness in his eyes. The 9 Phoenix life transformation light came from the Realm Lord. He was more familiar with such treasures. Most importantly, he realized that the flames were the same as the flames of the Avalon of 5 elements. Then he would absorb all the flames. Boom! At the same time, the flames surged into Lin Ling's body like a tide. At this moment, the people outside were indifferent. They wanted to see how things would turn out. But at this moment, someone exclaimed, "Look at those flames." Chi. The endless flames gradually disappeared. In the eyes of the crowd, a slender figure appeared. He stood there quietly with his long hair and blue robe fluttering. He was still as arrogant and fearless as before. He's fine. Everyone's heart exploded. The fire tribe emperor's expression changed drastically. How could this be? With Lin Ling's strength, he shouldn't be able to withstand those ancient flames. This is the pride of the E tribe? You think you can beat me with a piece of trash? Lin Ling's disdainful voice was like a slap to the face of Heavenly Emperor Wu Shuang and the fire race. Was the world's most ancient treasure so useless? Scoundrel, it's good that you're okay. Princess Fire Spirit ran over anxiously and hugged Lin Ling as tears flowed out of her eyes. At the same time, Bai Yun Tiandi and the others also arrived. Although they were injured in the previous battle, they finally relaxed when they saw the slender figure under the countless gazes. Lin Ling, facing the heroes of the world, still chose to fight, fighting alone. We're here. The members of the 9 spirits of heaven were excited. How could they let Lin Ling be alone in this battle? They had to take back the dignity they had lost. Bai Yun Tiandi and the 9 spirits of heaven, they're here too? Compared to Lin Ling, Bai Yun Tiandi and the others were obviously more famous. At this moment, many people exclaimed. Today, all the strong people are gathered here. Then I'll talk about the ugly actions of the fire tribe. Before, when Lin Ling said it alone, you might not believe it. But with us, I think we have enough power to speak. Bai Yun Tiandi glanced at the crowd and said lightly, "Things are as Lin Ling said. The fire tribe is ugly." They thought that Lin Ling could improve the talent of the fire tribe, so they shamelessly proposed marriage. They didn't know that Lin Ling didn't agree. However, after Lin Ling improved the talent of Princess Huaxia, the fire tribe thought that Lin Ling's ability had disappeared. They went back on their words and trapped us, trying to kill us. And this is the fire race in your eyes, a race that is selfish and ungrateful. As for Princess Huixia, her talent was improved. Not only was she not grateful to Lin Ling, but she even hit him when he was down. Such a vicious woman, do you think she is qualified to be the heavenly emperor? Bai Yuntiandi's voice floated, causing many people's faces to change dramatically. Indeed, Lin Ling's words were said by one person. Others thought that he was angry because he was rejected, so he slandered the fire tribe. But Bai Yuntiandi's words were believed by everyone, because Bai Yuntiandi was the most famous of the 3 myths in the mortal world. She was the most arrogant. She wouldn't do such a disgraceful and arrogant thing. It seems that Lin Ling and the fire tribe really do have a secret relationship. This move of the fire tribe is really a bit shameful. Haha, when it's useful, it's a treasure. When it's useless, it's trash. If I were Lin Ling, I wouldn't be able to swallow this anger in my heart. The crowd began to discuss spiritedly. They looked at the fire tribe with ridicule in their eyes. Don't be so shameless. You're trying to confuse everyone. Hearing the voices around him, the fire tribe emperor's face finally became cold. The reputation of the fire tribe could not be ruined in his hands. I don't know what treasure Lin Ling gave you to make you speak for him, but I can tell you, does slandering my fire tribe benefit you? Or has my fire tribe mistreated you? Let me tell you again, if this is true, how can the fire tribe emperor not marry his daughter to him? The fire tribe emperor roared again, causing the earth to quiet down. Bai Yuntiandi said that Lin Ling had improved Princess Huixia's talent. If this was the truth, then the fire tribe would be embarrassed. But Lin Ling didn't seem to have the ability to improve the talent of others. Lin Ling, that's enough. How can the fire tribe treat you? Don't you know that? Just because I don't want to marry you, you are slandering us like this. Where is your conscience? I have been cultivating my innate talent for so many years. Now that it has improved, you actually have the nerve to say that you helped me. Can you be any more shameless? Princess Firecloud also shouted, giving people a lovely and touching feeling. Many disciples of Champion University shouted furiously. Of course, they didn't believe Lin Ling. As expected, he's a clown. In order to slander the reputation of the fire tribe, he's working with others. I think Bai Yuntiandi, the 9 spirits of heaven and Lin Ling are in cahoots. The fire tribe is kind enough to entertain him, but Lin Ling is too greedy. Now the fire tribe isn't being polite to him anymore. They're angry, that's why they came to cause trouble. Many people were talking about Lin Ling. The crowd remained silent again. Could it be that Lin Ling and the others had come to cause trouble because the fire tribe wasn't being polite to them anymore? However, at this moment, Lin Ling took a step forward and patted the fire spirit princess's back with his right hand. The ancient flames that he had absorbed from the 9 Phoenix Life Transformation Light surged into the fire spirit princess. Under countless gazes, the fire spirit princess's talent rushed from the earth rank to the heaven rank. Silence. The crowd was deathly silent. Princess Huixia's mouth was wide open. The fire tribe emperor was astonished. He clenched his glass so hard that it broke. The wine splashed on his hand, but he didn't feel anything. Lin Ling's abilities hadn't disappeared. On top of that, he had made Princess Huixia's talent rise again. This scene was like an even louder slap that landed heavily on their faces. Was Lin Ling making something out of nothing? The facts had proven everything. Who was slandering whom? Chapter 1622. Zhan Wushuang, Celestial Emperor. When Lin Ling appeared, he reprimanded the fire tribe, saying that they were ungrateful, despicable and shameless. The fire tribe thought that Lin Ling was slandering them, but now everything had been proven. Lin Ling indeed had the ability to improve the talent of the fire element. In other words, Princess Huixia's talent was improved by Lin Ling. However, after Princess Huixia's talent was improved, she turned her back on him. This kind of attitude was extremely ugly. I thought that Princess Huixia's talent came from her own efforts. It's ridiculous. I feel that it's ironic when I think of her generosity before. Humph. The fire tribe with a history of 10,000 years is ungrateful. This is a bit unsightly. Humph. Maybe they thought that Lin Ling had lost his ability, so they treated Lin Ling like trash. Humph! In the crowd, many mocking voices drifted out. The people of the fire tribe stood there with an expression as if their parents had died. Old Hua, you can't be so shameless. Humph! At this time a deep voice sounded. The earth rumbled and the giant coffin moved. In front of the coffin, a tall and sturdy man said indifferently. He was the king of the northern desert. This person's temper was very straightforward. If he didn't like someone, he would even dare to say that to the fire tribe. The emperor of the fire tribe must be furious right now. Unfortunately, he had shot himself in the foot by inviting so many experts to the wedding banquet. Even if he wanted to make things difficult for Lin Ling, he wouldn't dare to do so in consideration of his reputation. A woman named Luoshan said with a smile. All the experts nodded and looked at Lin Ling. Then they found that the young man was still fearless. His blue and white robe was clean and fresh. It was as if to prove his innocence. He dared to step on the ninth heaven. Lin Ling. Humph! The emperor of the fire tribe murmured to himself. He had never thought that the ant would bite back and hurt him so much. The fire tribe's honor and face were all trampled under his feet. The fire tribe had become a shameless tribe. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. After that, he glared fiercely at Princess Huaxia. If Princess Huaxia hadn't been sure that Lin Ling wasn't strong enough, how could today's events have happened? And because of his change in attitude, Lin Ling hated the fire race a lot. At this moment, Princess Firecloud was also worried about her personal gains and losses. She had been brilliant all her life, but now it was ruined. Others would only mock her as a hypocritical and snobbish woman. Most importantly, she seemed to have missed out on Lin Ling once again. Thinking about it, if she didn't underestimate Lin Ling, the Lin Ling in front of her right now might be a member of the fire tribe. He could continue to help the fire tribe improve their talent, and it might even be possible for her to reach the 10th level of the heaven class. However, a wrong move made her very regretful. Have you finished farting? Today is my wedding day. You came here to cause trouble. Do you think I don't exist? In the silence, Emperor Peerless' voice suddenly exploded. His anger soared to the heavens. Lin Ling's arrival had obviously brought him a lot of shame, because he also saw that Princess Huaxia and the others seemed to be regretting it. And such an action was tantamount to cuckolding him. Men should fight. What kind of man are you to talk so much? Emperor Peerless slapped out a palm. A sandstorm swept out and rumbled. That terrifying sandstorm turned into an ancient lion king and pounced on Lin Ling. His attack was like thunder. He didn't even wait for Lin Ling to speak before erupting. His killing intent was extremely strong, forcing Lin Ling to fight even if he didn't want to. This bastard. Bai Yuntiandi frowned. What a good man should fight. He said it so openly and righteously, but he didn't even say anything when he attacked. Emperor Peerless obviously wanted to kill Lin Ling. Emperor Peerless is Princess Huaxia's husband. Lin Ling's actions naturally made him angry. However, Emperor Peerless' actions are taking advantage of people's difficulties. The crowd discussed spiritedly. This bride snatching was getting more and more interesting. Lin Ling had proven that he had the qualifications to snatch the bride. He was even more qualified than the E-clan. After all, the 9 Phoenix Life Transformation Light couldn't compare to Lin Ling's special ability. Therefore, Emperor Peerless had to prove himself. Otherwise he would lose face. After all, having his fiancée snatched away was not something to be proud of. Get lost! Shouted Bai Yuntiandi in a charming voice. Clouds appeared and turned into a hand which blocked the sandstorm lion. Humph! Last time you escaped because a woman helped you. This time a woman helped you again. Seems like you only know how to talk so much. What kind of man are you? Said Emperor Peerless, smiling coldly. He wanted to prove in front of everybody that he, the Emperor Peerless, was worthy of Princess Huaxia. Brother Wushuang, kill him! Shouted the disciples of Champion University. Their blood was boiling and they were furious. That's right. Only women can nag incessantly. A real man relies on his strength. Lin Ling, you only know how to complain. What kind of cultivation is that? Those disciples seemed to have seized the opportunity and ruthlessly suppressed Lin Ling. Everybody thought that Lin Ling wouldn't dare fight again. However, Lin Ling jumped forwards and threw himself at Emperor Peerless. Many people were stupefied. Lin Ling had broken through to the 4th Saint layer and was a Xian cultivator. Emperor Peerless had broken through to the 8th Saint layer and was a D cultivator. Lin Ling dared fight? Last time I underestimated you. That's why you were lucky. This time I'm going to use my real strength. Do you still dare fight? At this moment, Heavenly Emperor Wushuang never thought that Lin Ling would dare to fight, because he guessed that Lin Ling's strength was inferior to his, and could only be humiliated by him at this moment. Boundless Fire Dragon Kings. At this moment a cold voice rang out. Fire Dragon Kings appeared in the air, densely packed together, as though they had always existed in the air. Their destructive aura pressured Celestial Emperor Wushuang, causing his eyes to narrow. Lin Ling was going to fight? Rumble. The sky continued to explode. Flames erupted and the Dragon Kings roared. Lin Ling used his full strength as soon as he made his move. It was overbearing. Most importantly, it seemed to be a Saint Rune martial skill, but there was a trace of yellow spring flame hidden in it. Ethereal Fire Realm. Emperor Hu narrowed his eyes. His Hu clan was the strongest clan in Fire Martial Dao. Naturally, he knew what level Lin Ling's fire comprehension had reached. Unfortunately, although his martial skill comprehension was high, his fire comprehension was too weak. Trash. Heavenly Emperor Wushuang roared in anger. A terrifying sandstorm emanated from his entire body, forming a tornado that protected him. However, it was still a bit too slow. The fire dragons that were everywhere coiled around the tornado was actually burning the sand, causing the sand to explode unceasingly. What? When the Emperor of the Hu clan saw that, his expression changed drastically. How was that possible? Lin Ling only had Xian-level talent. How could he use his martial skills to oppress Emperor Peerless? The Peerless Celestial Emperor's expression also turned sinister. He sensed that he was in the middle of a volcano, and there were only fire dragons in his surroundings. He was alone and helpless. Such a change was simply unbelievable to him. How could Lin Ling suppress him? Trash? In the sky, Lin Ling smiled mockingly. He was getting closer and closer to Emperor Peerless. He flashed and the ancient god ancestor appeared. Boom! 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 Lin Ling's silhouette appeared in the sky, gigantic and lofty, as if he were an invincible giant. What a powerful chi! The students of Champion University were dumbstruck. They hadn't thought that Lin Ling would be so calm when he didn't attack. But when he attacked, he was like a thunderbolt. Boom! Chapter 1623. Forceful means, you sneak attacked me. Emperor Peerless spat out coldly. Lin Ling's attack was too crazy. Moreover, he used his strongest attack the moment he attacked, causing Emperor Peerless to be unable to react in time. However, as soon as his words fell, many people laughed. They had seen how Emperor Peerless attacked Lin Ling without waiting for him to prepare. At that time, he did not say that he had sneaked an attack on Lin Ling. Now, when Lin Ling suddenly counterattacked, he said that Lin Ling had sneaked an attack on him. Such words were like slapping his own face. Do you only know how to blabber? How can you be a man? Lin Ling sneered. His voice shook the heavens. This was what Emperor Peerless had said before, and Lin Ling was returning it to him. If Emperor Peerless was really a man, then he could just fight again. Why did he have to blabber on and find excuses for himself? You. Emperor Peerless' face darkened. He was furious. That should be your strongest technique, right? Unfortunately, it still couldn't hurt me. Now it's my turn. Emperor Peerless could be titled as the Celestial Emperor, so his strength was naturally not weak. Previously, he was only suppressed by Lin Ling's thunderous attacks. He believed that Lin Ling was only SOSO. However, under his voice, Lin Ling still shot towards him. The ancient god emperor's body suddenly changed. His body split into millions and he became an army. The sky and the earth were all filled with Lin Ling's figures. Kill! Angry shouts rang out in unison like a storm, causing many people to suck in a breath of cold air. External incarnation technique? Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Without giving Emperor Peerless time to show his strength, thousands of Lin Ling rushed towards Emperor Peerless and drowned him. Lin Ling knew very well that he was not a match for Emperor Peerless in a head-on battle. Therefore, he could only win with thunderous momentum. If he wanted to fight, he would fight until his opponent did not even have time to breathe. Bang bang bang. Thousands of Linlings appeared. His fists and palms shook the heavens, and his feet settled the world. These clones all had the power of 12 universes. It was terrifying. How terrifying. Look, the earth is cracking. Everyone's expression. They did not expect Linling to be so crazy and domineering. He suppressed Emperor Peerless with absolute strength. Soon after, many people felt like they were dreaming. Previously, Heavenly Emperor Peerless wanted to prove himself and force Linling to fight. He wanted to trample Linling under his feet, but who would have thought that before Heavenly Emperor Peerless could even display his strength, he would be drowned in the storm? Linling! Shouted the Emperor Peerless furiously. He wanted to fight back, he wanted to kill Linling, but he realized that the clones were extremely strong. Their attacks, defenses, and speed were terrifying. He had fought tens of thousands of times since he had become a celestial great emperor. But it was the first time he had encountered such a crazy battle. He was confused. He couldn't think of a way to break it. He could only stand there and watch. At this rate, Heavenly Emperor Peerless wouldn't lose, right? Thought the disciples of Champion University. Their faces were deathly pale. They relied on their fellow disciple, but he had no chance to win. Emperor Peerless is not only that, he's also the essence of the earth, said a man in red clothes indifferently. That was the 5 poisonous primordial spirit Xiandi. He knew the limits of Emperor Peerless' strength. Enough. Sure enough, as soon as he spoke, a sandstorm began to fall from the sky, and a hazy sand mist drifted out, trapping the tens of thousands of ancient god emperors in it. Faintly, a giant brown beast appeared. This beast was huge with sharp scales, and its 4 claws seemed to be able to tear the world apart. Tianling Pangolin. According to legends, pangolins were favored by the earth. Nothing could stop a pangolin. No wonder Emperor Peerless was the essence of the earth. He was a pangolin. Linling lost. The fire race monarch smiled faintly. Linling was able to force celestial monarch Wushuang to unleash his innate talent, which meant that he was quite strong. Unfortunately, the gap between their cultivation levels couldn't be changed. No matter how fierce Linling's attacks were, he still couldn't win. What a pity. Many human realm giants also shook their heads. Linling's combat awareness was very strong, but his foundation was too weak. This was a fact that could not be changed. Blade of Nirvana. However, just when everyone thought Linling was going to lose, a voice that seemed to come from the depths of hell rang out. The world of sand was separated. The blade of soul cut through the sand and shot towards the Tianling Pangolin. What? At this moment, all the giants of the mortal realm stood up. Linling, he was still hiding a trump card? It's soul power. And it's more than 100 levels. Xiandi's expression changed. He was a spirit cultivator Xiandi, so his soul power was also very strong. He naturally knew what Linling's trump card was. More than 100 levels? What kind of concept was that? It had to be known that when Linling had taken the Pill Forging Union's entrance examination, his soul force had reached over the 40th level, and that had already shocked everyone. Now that his soul force had reached over the 100th level, it could only be stronger. Amazing, a soul power of more than 100 levels. It's rare. This Linling has a lot of trump cards. Each one of them is extremely mysterious. What's funny is that the Fire Clan's emperor abandoned him. It seems like today is his stage. Many people mumbled to themselves, their hearts stirred. Today, Linling had created too many impossible things. He was displaying his strength, his pride, and his qualifications to come here to the giants of the human world. When the terrifying soul power swept out, an ancient aura also spread out in the forbidden area of the Fire Clan. In the endless lava, bubbles kept popping out. Faintly, an ancient existence slowly woke up. It seemed to have sensed a very familiar aura. Is it him? Isn't he dead? At the bottom of the lava, a huge fire toad said. A scene of 10,000 years ago appeared in its mind. 10,000 years ago, it was just an ordinary fire toad, eating the sky moon sunlight grass. However, one day, a mysterious man came and took a fancy to its sky moon sunlight grass. Of course, it wouldn't allow it. When it was about to attack, the man slapped it into a meat patty. A little toad dares to be so arrogant? Seeing that it's not easy for you to cultivate, I'll spare your life today. I'll take the sky moon sunlight grass away. I'll leave a leaf for you. If you're not satisfied, you can come and find me. The mysterious man was incomparably domineering. After leaving behind those words, he left indifferently. The fire toad didn't die. It was shocked because the man was so strong. He actually slapped it flat. If it wasn't for the fact that the man didn't want to kill it, it wouldn't have been able to block a single finger of the man. After that, it naturally didn't dare to trouble the man. It even regarded the man as its natural nemesis. However, in the following years it finally knew who the man was. It was the #1 emperor in this world, the Realm Lord. And now it actually sensed the Realm Lord's aura. How could it not be afraid? Gurgle. For a time the lava kept bubbling, but the fire toad didn't dare to rush out of the forbidden area. It was still afraid of that expert, but it was also worried about what happened to the younger generation of the Fire Clan. No, that lord is so strong. If he really wanted to kill me, why would he wait for so many years? Moreover, I heard that the lord has fallen. However, it's just a rumor. That lord is so strong, how could he fall so easily? I just hope that he didn't come to kill me. The fire toad was frightened. If the Fire Clan Emperor was here, he would definitely be so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Their ancestor was actually afraid. You're tuning in to the Lee May Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.